Chapter 3038. In fact, Sword 18 was very nervous. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was planning. He also knew that once the demonic dragons were divided, the Wine Demon residents would lose their chance. Those 13 Demon General Manors could really join hands to eliminate the Wine Demon Manor. Ling Xiao. Oh, Ling Xiao, what are you doing? Sword 18 muttered to himself. At this moment, a strange situation suddenly appeared on the scene. The 10 demonic dragons suddenly disappeared. Many people didn't even see what happened. Even Bloodrobe, the fastest guy, couldn't touch the demonic dragons. Then, the 10 demonic dragons disappeared altogether. What happened? What happened? Everyone was asking. However, Lan Hai, who was in charge of hosting, saw everything. After all, his cultivation was at the Demon General level. His eyesight was better than most warriors. What he saw was a gust of wind. A gust of wind that was faster than everyone else. The distance of 300 meters was crossed in an instant. Within this distance, this speed was comparable to teleportation. The 10 contestants from the Wine Demon residence obtained the 10 demonic dragons. Lan Hai announced this important news. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Lan Maichen's brows furrowed tightly. Battle formation? And it's the wind array of the elemental array. Legend has it that this array can only be controlled by a top array master, and their soul power must be very strong. Who exactly activated this battle formation? Because the 10 people from the Wine Demon residence obtained the demonic dragon's energy at the same time. Even Empress Lan Meichen didn't notice who activated the array. At this time, Bloodrobe and Lin Chuang also obtained 2 demonic dragons. Then, Wu Qing and Feng Jianshan also obtained them. Feng Jianshan originally planned to deal with Ling Xiao first and then fight for the demonic dragons. However, because Ling Xiao and the others didn't move at first, he didn't dare to fight 10 people alone. So, he changed his strategy. And so, the 14 demonic dragons were gone. Demon General, what just happened? At this time, even the audience from the Wine Demon residence was dumbfounded. They were worried that the Wine Demon residents wouldn't get 1 demonic dragon, but in the blink of an eye, they obtained 10 demonic dragons. It was simply unbelievable. Wind formation. No wonder that Kid Ling Xiao is so calm. It seems like he has more secrets than we do. With Sword 18's eyesight, he could naturally see how Ling Xiao had allowed Wine Demon Manor to win. However, obtaining the demonic dragon was only the first step. The problem was whether or not he could keep it. His excitement was different from that of Sword 18. The Sky Demon General and Demon General Chan Luo's expressions were extremely ugly. They even stood up in shock. He stared at the scene in disbelief. Humph. So what if you have it? You'll lose it very soon. Chen Luo snorted and winked at Feng Jianshan and the other contestants from the 13 Devil Generals' residences. At the same time, the Heavenly Demon General did the same thing. He also gave Lin Chuang and Yunling a look. His meaning was very clear. When someone wanted to fight over the Wine Demon Manor's Devil Dragon, he would go with the flow and help, eliminating all the people from the Wine Demon Manor. The other Demon Generals, as well as those who had personally witnessed Ling Xiao winning 3 consecutive championships in the entrance examination and breaking many records, found it even harder to calm down. 1 month's time. It had only been 1 month. They still remembered clearly that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 14th level of Hell, at the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm. But now, he had become so powerful. Not only had he obtained the demonic dragon, but he had also led Wine Demon Manor to obtain 10 demonic dragons. Although they did not know exactly who had used the battle formation, it was very clear that the other disciples of the Wine Demon Mansion were extremely respectful to Ling Xiao, following his lead blindly. If they still couldn't tell who the backbone was, then they were really blind. Once again, Ling Xiao had used practical actions to slap the Sky Demon General and Demon General Chen Luo's faces. In the past, it was the 13 Devil Generals who had refused to accept Ling Xiao as a personal disciple. The Sky Demon General didn't appreciate Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Demon Envoy Ling Xiao might have been forced to be a servant. But now, Ling Xiao's performance didn't lose to any personal disciple. Damn it, the Wine Demon General took advantage of him. Chen Luo really shouldn't have rejected him back then. He chose Lin Feiyang, and he actually died for no reason. The Sky Demon General is too much. He chose Ling Xiao as his personal disciple and ran away. He might as well have chosen Ling Xiao as his personal disciple. These discussions made the Sky Demon General and Qin Luo's faces turn ugly. Their hatred for Ling Xiao had risen to an unresolvable level. He hated that he couldn't hack Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces to appease the hatred in his heart. Of course, they could only think about it. They couldn't do it. With the Demon Master Manners people around, once they made a move, the result would be obvious. It seems that the person who used the battle formation is that guy called Ling Xiao. No wonder he could break my record. He's quite capable. In 1 month, his cultivation has risen so much. His talent is stronger than mine. Emperor Lan Meichen looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. For the first time, he felt nervous and oppressed. Ling Xiao didn't care about those people's exclamations or envy. Actually, the show had just begun. Getting the demonic dragon was only the first step. Protecting the demonic dragon was the key to the final victory. Change formation, metal formation. Another formation refining stone was taken out. The wind formation was transformed into a metal formation, increasing attack and defense. After the surprise, it was anger. After the 20 demonic dragons were divided, there were still many people who didn't get the demonic dragon. They set their sights on the Wine Demon Manor. Those people from the Wine Demon Manor are all good-for-nothings. I don't know what tricks they used this time to increase their speed so quickly, but no matter how fast they are, their combat power is weak. Snatch it. There are 10 demonic dragons. A roar came from the crowd. So, more than 100 people all pounced on the Wine Demon Manor's martial artists. In this aspect, they were very united. Shui sat at the side and didn't make a move because it had nothing to do with him. After Wu Qing got the demonic dragon, he also sat at the side to rest. No one dared to snatch it from him, because those who were stronger than him had already gotten the demonic dragon. However, Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan led all the contestants from the Sky Demon Manor and the 13 Demon Generals' manors to become the vanguard to attack the Wine Demon Manor. Oh no, Lord Demon General, we've become the target of public criticism. Can Ling Xiao and the others hold on? Once again, the Wine Demon Manor's audience became nervous, and the audience from the 13 Demon Generals' manors and Sky Demon Manor laughed gloatingly. Serves you right. Who asked you to be so greedy and snatch 10 demonic dragons at once? In fact, even if Ling Xiao wasn't greedy, so what? Chapter 3039. Senior Sister Luoying, all of you just need to maintain the battle formation and protect the demonic dragons in your hands. I'll deal with them. Ling Xiao walked out of the battle formation and let Jin Luoying and the others control it. As for him, he hooked his finger at all the enemies. Come on, if you're not afraid of death, come and snatch it. Frivolous, unrestrained, and insufferably arrogant. Ling Xiao was still Ling Xiao. Although his face and even his body had changed, it was easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. Go. Lin Chuang waved his hand, and a group of people rushed forward. However, he and Feng Jianshan did not make a move for the time being. The strength of the wind formation surprised both of them. Therefore, they wanted to see what Ling Xiao was capable of. Get lost. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao did not even use his beast soul transformation because he wanted to test how powerful the newly learned martial arts were. Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. His entire body was wrapped in golden yellow light like a divine dragon. Then, he rushed forward. Without using any technique, he directly threw out a punch. Under the support of the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, the domineering fist erupted with a terrifying power close to a beginner general-level martial arts technique. Boom! The few martial artists who rushed at the front were directly sent flying. They flew all the way to the edge of the arena and were bounced back by the protective enchantment. His move immediately frightened many martial artists and made them stop in their tracks. It was too powerful and too domineering. Although the martial artists who were attacked by him did not die, they could no longer get up and were lying on the ground moaning. No one wanted that. If they could not get the demonic dragons and were seriously injured, they had completely lost all hope. In the stands, a Demon King suddenly stood up with a surprised expression. Dragon Demon King, what's wrong? Empress Lan Machen asked curiously. That kid is using the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body. That's my specialty. Dragon Demon King replied, and looking at the strength of his Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, I'm afraid he has already cultivated it to the proficient level. This kid has only joined the sect for a month. How did he cultivate it? I once passed down this Imperial Heavenly Dragon Body to a demon envoy called Chen Yuan. He cultivated it for 10 years before he managed to cultivate it to the small success level. Are you sure it's the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body? When Empress Lan Machen heard the Dragon Demon King's words, she was also extremely surprised. I can't be wrong, young master. How could I be wrong about the martial arts I practice? Dragon Demon King said with certainty. Could it be that this kid is really a peerless genius? Even my mother misjudged him? Emperor Lan Machen's eyes twinkled. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The few people who had been severely injured by Ling Xiao earlier were all martial artists at the early stage of the 16th level of Hell in Yinyang Realm. Therefore, under the instigation of Lin Shuang and Feng Jianshan, some mid-stage 16th level Hell cultivators were quickly blinded by greed. After all, there were 10 demonic dragons. Even if he could snatch one of them, it would be fine. Therefore, several dozen people attacked Ling Xiao and the Wine Demon Manor's people at the same time. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and transformed into a purple electric tearing bull. Then, his hooves suddenly knocked on the ground. The earthquakes. Those several dozen people were instantly stunned. Then, Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantom movement technique and turned into a bolt of lightning, shuttling through the crowd. His terrifying speed was shocking to the extreme. That should only be an advanced soldier-level movement technique. He used it so skillfully. It's faster than most people's peak soldier-level movement techniques. This kid is really a genius. Although many people did not think highly of Ling Xiao and hated Ling Xiao, they had to admit that Ling Xiao had displayed everything a genius should have. In an instant, more than 60 martial artists all fell. Everyone fainted from the electric shock. At this moment, Ling Xiao had also changed from the purple electric tearing bull form back to his half-demon form. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Lin Shuang and Feng Jianshan with contempt. You two only know how to instigate others to die while you watch from the sidelines. You're really smart. Bullsh *T. We just don't want to fight with you. Lin Shuang scolded. Don't want to fight? I think you're afraid. Ling Xiao mocked. You're courting death. All of you, get out of the way. I'll do it. Feng Jianshan could not hold it in anymore. He was at the 16th level of the Yinyang realm in the first rotation, but Ling Xiao said he was afraid. He really could not stand it. In any case, his initial decision was to eliminate Ling Xiao in the first round of the competition. Now was the perfect opportunity. The rest of the people stood to the side. Feng Jianshan faced Ling Xiao and took out his sword. It was a huge broadsword that was taller than his body. One look and one could tell that he was a strength-type opponent. Young master, aren't you going to stop them? If we let the experts encounter each other so quickly, no matter which one of them is defeated, it will weaken the excitement of the second round. A demon king said to Empress Lan Machen, what you said makes sense. All right. Empress Lan Machen stood up and suddenly called for a pause. Announce a new rule. Warriors who have obtained the demonic dragon are not allowed to attack other warriors. They can only defend passively. Although many people did not understand this rule, they did not dare to go against it. Feng Jianshan gritted his teeth and put away his broadsword. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, You're lucky that young master added this rule. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you bleed. Hee, we don't know who's the lucky one. The second round will probably be a battle between warriors. I hope we can meet. Then, you'll know who's the lucky one. Ling Xiao also stopped transforming. To him, there were not many opponents who could make him transform. Xue Yi, Lin Shuang, Wu Qing, and Sword Sakura were 4 of them. Feng Jianshan did not count. The change in the rules made the following battles a little boring. On Ling Xiao's side, there were almost no more challengers. One had to know that he had defeated more than 60 people by himself. They had completely lost their ability to fight. Who would dare to find trouble with him unless there was something wrong with their heads? In the end, after half an hour, the 10 people from the Wine Demon residence still had a demonic dragon. Half an hour is up. Everyone stop fighting. Lan Hai, who was floating in mid-air, gave the order. Following the order, no one dared to continue. Although Lan Hai was not as strong as Empress Lan Meichen, compared to these participants, he was still very scary. Seeing that everyone had stopped, Lan Hai nodded in satisfaction and said, "Those who did not obtain the demonic dragon can leave now." A group of people left dejectedly. There was even a group of people who were directly carried out. They challenged Ling Xiao but were heavily injured or fainted by Ling Xiao. They did not even have the ability to leave the arena. Those who were eliminated all left. There were only 20 people left in the arena. The people from the Wine Demon residence crowded around Ling Xiao excitedly. "Junior brother, you're really strong." Chapter 30-40. It's no big deal, but I can't help you in the second round. It'll probably be a one-on-one battle. We might even have to fight against each other. Good luck. Ling Xiao smiled. That's nothing. We've earned a lot of points in the first round. As long as you can win the second round, our Wine Demon residence will be considered a success in this year's Black Tortoise Seal contest. That's right. Moreover, we've obtained the demonic dragon's energy, which can directly raise our cultivation by a small realm in the first revolution's 16 levels of hell. We're already at the late stage. After raising our cultivation, we'll be at the peak. Who can stop us? That's true. Let's use the demonic dragon's energy during the break later. It'll definitely be helpful in the next round. Ling Xiao nodded. He felt extremely carefree. As long as he used the demonic dragon's energy, his cultivation should be able to reach the peak of the first revolution's 16 levels of hell. This way, even if he encountered Demon General Chen Luo, who was at the early stage of the first revolution's 17th level of hell, he wouldn't have to be afraid. At this moment, other than the 10 spots occupied by the Wine Demon residence, the other 10 spots were very clear. The Sky Demon residence had 2 spots, Lin Shuang and Yun Ling. The Earth Demon residence had 1 spot, Shui. The Human Demon residence had 1 spot, Wu Qing. The 13 Demon Generals had 1 spot, Sword Sealing Mountain. They had already taken up 5 spots. The remaining 5 spots were obtained by the strongest disciples from the 4th Demon General to the 8th Demon General. Many people probably didn't expect this result. None of the disciples from the 9th Demon General to the 12th Demon General advanced. The reason for this result was that the Wine Demon residence had taken up too many spots. Out of the 20 spots, the Wine Demon residence had taken up 10. To the 13 Demon Generals, this was actually a huge mockery, because the most fundamental reason for this result was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's wind array allowed the Wine Demon residence to obtain 10 demonic dragons. Ling Xiao's powerful combat strength allowed the Wine Demon residence to guard these 10 demonic dragons. And this Ling Xiao, they had the opportunity to take him as a personal disciple. But in the end, they didn't choose him and threw Ling Xiao away like trash. Today, all of them had been slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. It was just that some were light and some were heavy. Of course, the ones with the worst expressions were still the Heavenly Demon General and the 13th Demon General, Chen Luo. The two of them had the deepest enmity with Ling Xiao. The better Ling Xiao performed, the angrier they became. "Humph, you managed to avoid the fate of being killed in the first trial. However, you won't be able to avoid the second trial." Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He was actually very unhappy with Empress Lan Meichen's decision, but he was extremely wary of Empress Lan Meichen's identity and strength. He did not dare to talk nonsense and could only do as Empress Lan Meichen said. Fortunately, he still had a chance in the second stage. First of all, congratulations to the 20 of you for advancing. The second stage was a one-on-one battle. They would draw lots to determine their opponents. 10 people would be chosen first. Then, they would draw lots again to decide on 5 people. In the end, these 5 people would engage in a free-for-all battle in the arena and be ranked according to the order of defeat. The last one standing will be the champion. Speaking up to here, Lan Hai smiled and said, "The rewards for this second round are very generous. Those who could make it to the top 10 would each receive 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Those who made it to the top 5 would each receive 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Other than that, The third place would receive an additional 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The final reward would be 1 million. The second place would receive an additional 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. The final reward would be 1,500,000. Other than the black tortoise seal, the first place would also receive 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. I'm sure all of you know that 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones would be 1 to 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Even so, no one would choose to exchange for it, because to a martial artist, the value of 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones far surpasses 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. Oh my god, the first place is actually rewarded with upper-grade spirit stones. This has never happened before. That's really generous. This upper-grade spirit stone, although the normal exchange rate is 1 piece for 100 middle-grade spirit stones. In fact, the exchange rate in the black market is 1 piece can be exchanged for up to 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Its value is simply unparalleled. Damn, I'm so envious. But who can get this thing? It must be either Lin Chuang or Shui. Lin Chuang has always been the strongest among the 13 devil residences. Shui recently defeated Wu Qing, and his strength increased greatly. Can it be Ling Xiao? I think he's very strong. Impossible, impossible. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation is still insufficient. He can't compare to Lin Chuang or Shui. It would be a miracle if he could defeat Wu Qing and Sealed Sword Mountain. I think so too. But even if he's only in the top 5, the reward is still very generous. No matter what, the Wine Demon residence has gained face this time. All this time, many people have treated them as trash. The audience below the stage discussed excitedly. The ones who had the most hope were still Lin Chuang and Shui. Even if Ling Xiao's performance was outstanding, they still did not think that Ling Xiao could defy the heavens. In fact, Jin Luoying did not perform at all in the first round. Therefore, other than the people from the Wine Demon residence, no one knew how terrifying her strength was. To be honest, in Ling Xiao's opinion, other than Lin Chuang, there was probably no one present who could beat Jin Luoying. Even Lin Chuang only had a 60% chance of winning. While the audience was discussing, the 20 warriors who had advanced began to draw lots. No one was willing to meet powerhouses like Lin Chuang and Shui at the beginning. Of course, Ling Xiao did not care about this. No matter who he drew, he could defeat them. Of course, if he drew someone weaker, he would win more easily. Although the Wine Demon residents had achieved excellent results in the first round, other than Ling Xiao, the other 9 did not perform much. Therefore, they were all considered delicious cakes. Everyone wanted to draw them. Little did they know that none of the 9 were weak. If they drew Jin Luoying, it would be too late to cry. What's so great about having more people? The one who laughs last will laugh the best. The heavenly demon general snorted coldly. This was also the thought of the other demon generals. During the drawing of lots, there were too many people from the Wine Demon residence, so they were put at the end. After Feng Jinshan drew his lot, he walked in front of Ling Xiao and deliberately showed his number, 10. If you draw the same number, you're dead. I've said it before. You were lucky to escape in the first round. You'd better not meet me in the second round. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Feng Jinshan had a grudge against Ling Xiao for killing his master. Moreover, he had been annoyed by Ling Xiao many times. His hatred for Ling Xiao had seeped into his bones. Just don't lose before you meet me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Stubborn. At this time, Lin Chuang also drew his lot. He drew number 1. Chapter 3041. The enmity between Lin Chuang and Ling Xiao wasn't that great. Although Ling Xiao had killed Fang Feiyun was his junior brother. However, Lin Chuang and Fang Feiyun didn't have a good relationship. Lin Chuang hated Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao wasn't obedient and even stole his limelight in the first round. In his opinion, disobedient people needed to be taught a good lesson. Kid, there are many people who want to beat you up. Apart from Fengjian Mountain, there's also me. If you're lucky enough to avoid Fengjian Mountain, you'll be even more unlucky. I'll beat you up until you look like a pig and then slowly torture you to death. Lin Chuang sneered. Idiots, you two better pray that you don't meet me. Ling Xiao cursed in disdain and then ignored them. Junior brother, Do you want us to exhaust those two guys as much as we can? A senior brother from the Wine Demon residence asked. There's no need. Those two guys probably won't show mercy to us. Be careful. If you feel that you can't win, immediately admit defeat. Saving your lives is more important. Ling Xiao said, I'll take care of those two. Don't take everything on yourself. Although we might not be able to deal with Lin Shuang, I don't care about Fengjian Mountain. Jin Luoying smiled. That's true. Even Lin Shuang might not be able to win against you, senior sister Luoying. However, you should at least give me a chance. Ling Xiao said, they've already bullied me so much. If I don't take care of them, it won't make sense. All right, we might not meet. Let's draw lots first. After drawing lots, Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying didn't meet Lin Shuang or Fengjian Mountain. Ling Xiao's opponent was Yun Ling from the Sky Demon residence. Jian Luoying's opponent was an unknown disciple. He should be a disciple from the 4th Demon General's residence. However, two of his senior brothers were unlucky to have drawn Fengjian Mountain and Lin Shuang. The other two were also unlucky to have drawn Xue Yi and Wu Qing. As for the other senior brothers, their opponents were either very weak or on par with them. It all depended on the opportunity. You don't have to worry too much. Even if you are eliminated, we will continue to win glory for the Wine Demon Manor. Ling Xiao comforted the 4 senior brothers who had drawn powerful opponents. We know. After drawing lots, everyone went backstage to rest. Half an hour later, the second stage would begin. The audience also got a chance to rest. Some of them discussed martial arts in private, while others talked about the previous battles. As for the contestants, they began absorbing the demonic dragon's energy. Generally speaking, it was almost impossible for an ordinary warrior to completely absorb the demonic dragon's energy within half an hour. Therefore, the rest of the people in the Wine Demon residence were preparing to go back and slowly absorb it. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Ling Xiao was different. Since he had obtained the demon dragon's energy, he would naturally choose to absorb it. However, what surprised him was that for others, a situation where one demonic dragon's energy could allow them to break through a small realm did not occur to him. He had completely converted the energy of a devil dragon, but it had only increased his cultivation sea's energy by 10%. Here, Jin Luoying saw Ling Xiao's situation at a glance. Ling Xiao could challenge those of a higher realm, which meant that he was much stronger than others in the same realm. One demonic dragon's energy was definitely not enough. Therefore, she had been prepared. Little junior brother, when you were cultivating just now, senior sister told us about the situation. If one demonic dragon's energy can't help you break through, then 10 demonic dragons should do the trick. After discussing it, we are all willing to give you the demonic dragon's energy. The other 8 senior brothers had the same idea. In that instant, Ling Xiao knew that he had chosen the right place. He had made the right choice in joining the Wine Demon residence. If he had chosen to become a personal disciple of the Sky Demon residence back then, he would not have been in this situation today. He did not refuse and took the 9 demonic dragons. Then, he took out 9,000-year Lingji pills and gave them to Jin Luoying and the other 8 senior brothers. These 1,000-year Lingji pills are better for you than the demonic dragon's energy. However, it cannot be improved overnight like the demonic dragon's energy. It will strengthen your physical body for a long time. It will increase your cultivation speed. I'm giving it to you. Ling Xiao was a person who would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If others were kind to him, he would treat them even better. 1,000-year Lingji pills. And you're giving away 9 of them at once. You're too generous. Even the young masters of the Demon Lord residence would have a hard time getting their hands on such pills. Jin 18 stared at the pills in Ling Xiao's hand in shock. He was increasingly convinced that Ling Xiao was a mysterious kid. Master, I'm an apothecary. Alchemy is my forte. This is nothing. Ling Xiao gave out the pills. He didn't care if his senior sisters and senior brothers wanted to decline. He had already started cultivating. The 9 demonic dragons poured into his cultivation sea at the same time. The demonic dragon's energy was the purest form of energy. It could be directly converted into internal energy, so there was no need to convert it into potential. For Ling Xiao, it was a very good thing. Half an hour passed quickly. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. You broke through? Jin 18 asked. Ling Xiao only smiled and did not answer. Let's go and watch the second round of the competition. This kid is still keeping us in suspense. Jin 18 was helpless, but he did not pursue the matter. After all, once the second round of the competition began, they would know whether Ling Xiao had broken through or not. Everyone returned to the spectator stands. By now, the other members of the Demon Lord residence had also arrived. Ling Xiao noticed that Sword-Seizing Mountain had broken through. Bloodrobes had broken through as well. Although Wu Qing and Lin Chuang did not break through, their auras were clearly much stronger. They were all geniuses, so they must have used the demonic dragon's energy. Jin Luoying did not use the demonic dragon's energy, but she swallowed the 1,000-year Lingji pill. The 1,000-year Lingji pill's energy would remain dormant in the body and constantly release, so it could be consumed at any time. Ling Xiao would definitely not break through after eating the 1,000-year Lingji pill, but the 8 senior brothers of the Liquor Demon residence had all broken through. The effect was even more outstanding than the demonic dragon's energy. Not only did they break through, but their bodies also became extremely strong, and the energy continued to be released from their bodies. Even if they did not cultivate, they could continue to increase the energy in their cultivation. See, we've struck it rich. Jian Luoying could also feel the energy in her body rising, and she could not help but feel excited. Exchanging the demonic dragon's energy for the 1,000-year Lingji pill was simply the best deal. We can only say that we each took what we needed. Ling Xiao smiled. Clearly, the demonic dragon's energy was more suitable for him. All right, since everyone is here, let's begin the first round of the competition. The two who drew number 1, please enter the stage. Lan Hai said loudly, Junior brother, junior sister Luoying, I'm going. The eldest senior brother of the Liquor Demon residence walked out. He had drawn number 1, and his opponent was Lin Chuang, the strongest opponent. Chapter 3042. It was impossible to change the number because the number had been registered on the number plate. The number plate would only be revealed before the start of each battle. Only then would people know who was fighting whom. If the person who went up was different, he would be eliminated. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao wanted to help the eldest senior brother, he couldn't. Trash, get out of here. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chuang was very arrogant in front of the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residence. His strength had increased again, and he had reached the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. He was only 1 step away from the 17th level of Hell. How could he not be arrogant? I'm sorry. Although I'm not as good as you, I won't get out of here. Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. The eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residence had been sullen for many years. This time, he finally had the chance to fight with all his strength. How could he give up so easily? You want to do this the hard way? Get out of here. Lin Chuang wanted to save his strength for the next battle, but his opponent didn't know what to do. Therefore, he was furious and didn't show any mercy. His strong body flashed and pounced on the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residence like a ferocious bear. It's over. How can the trash of the Wine Demon residence be a match for the first senior brother of the Sky Demon residence? This was the opinion of almost everyone except the Wine Demon residence. Boom. After a loud noise, the smoke dissipated. Lin Chuang looked at the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon residence in shock. The eldest senior brother didn't retreat at all. Only a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, but it didn't look serious. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. When did the people of the Wine Demon residence become so powerful? This was simply impossible. How could this be? Lin Chuang was also stunned. As far as he was concerned, there was no one in the Wine Demon manor who was a match for him. But now, a random person had actually managed to block his attack. However, he felt relieved after a while. I was wrong to be able to block my attack, but the next one won't be so easy. Roar! A roar came from behind Lin Chuang. An ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared behind Lin Chuang. This was his martial soul. Although it couldn't be compared to the immemorial martial souls, the potential of the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex was just as great. Are you the only one with a martial spirit? The Wine Demon Palace's eldest senior brother didn't back down. A similar roar rang out. The phantom of an ancient saber-toothed tiger appeared behind him. It was also an ancient demonic beast martial soul. Tyrannosaurus Rex versus Sabertooth. Many people didn't expect this. They thought that the first battle would end in an instant. Kill. The two of them shouted at the same time and rushed forward. Then, an intense battle began. This battle made many people's eyeballs almost fall out of their sockets. Lin Chuang had thought that he would be able to easily defeat the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother, but in the end, both sides had fought for a full 15 minutes, and there was still no clear victor. Although the Wine Demon Palace's eldest senior brother was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, however, to have been able to stay with Lin Chuang for such a long time, even if he lost, he was still proud of himself. The first battle was actually so brilliant that everyone was a little surprised. In the beginning, the Heavenly Demon Mansion's people shouted loudly and mocked the Wine Demon Mansion. However, as time passed, they all closed their mouths. The Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother, whom they looked down on, was actually able to hold on for such a long time under Lin Chuang's attack. "You're courting death." Lin Chuang was furious. His aura rose crazily, and it shook the entire arena. He was prepared to use all his strength. This strength was originally prepared for Shui Yi and Wu Qing. However, he was going to use it in the hands of a person he looked down on. "I admit defeat." When the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother saw the situation, he straightforwardly admitted defeat. Then, he turned around and walked out of the arena. "Do you think I'll let you leave so easily? Go to hell." Lin Chuang was so angry that his face was malevolent. He had used all his strength with great difficulty, and he was exhausted. However, his opponent actually admitted defeat. This was simply like punching cotton. That feeling was so depressing that he wanted to die. He pounced on the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother, trying to kill him before he left the arena. Because before he left the arena, even if he admitted defeat, the rules allowed him to continue. Therefore, Lan Hai did not stop him. However, the Wine Demon Mansion's eldest senior brother had already expected this. The place where he admitted defeat was already the edge of the arena. He only needed to take one step to reach the outside. If Lin Chuang continued to attack at this time, it would be against the rules and he would be eliminated. He had no choice but to stop and roar angrily. "Young Master Demachin, this rule is unfair. How can you admit defeat if you can't win? What's the point of fighting?" The Heavenly Demon General was also unhappy for Lin Chuang. "Heavenly Demon General, you can't say that. Do you want our Demon Dragon Sword Court's disciples to fight to the death? Whether it's Lin Chuang or that person, they're both outstanding disciples. In the end, Lin Chuang is still not strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to escape or admit defeat." Lan Demachin's words were quite profound. She seemed to be saying that if you have the ability to keep your opponent in the arena, then you can do whatever you want. However, if your opponent leaves the arena, then you can't continue to attack. Although the Heavenly Demon General and Lin Chuang were very sullen, there was nothing they could do. This battle could only end like this. Lin Chuang advances to the top 10. Next, number 2 contestants. This time, one of them was Shui Yi, and the other was still a disciple of the Wine Demon Palace. The drawing of lots was very subtle. The 10 people of the Wine Demon Palace would fight against the other 10 people. There was no internal strife at all. Although the eldest senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace lost, his performance was not bad. He forced Lin Chuang to use all his strength before admitting defeat. Have we underestimated the Wine Demon Palace? Let's wait and see. After all, that's the eldest senior brother. In the midst of the discussion, the second battle began. This time, the fourth senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace and Shui Yi continued to fight for nearly 15 minutes. In the end, Shui Yi was so angry that he directly used the terrifying power of the Blood Clan martial soul. He wanted to trap the fourth senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace, but in the end, his opponent escaped. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could escape unscathed. This was the terrifying part of the Wine Demon Palace's disciples. After this battle, the Wine Demon Palace was completely famous and became the focus of everyone's attention. No one dared to look down on them anymore. Shui advances. Next match. Lan Hai's voice sounded. The two of them jumped into the arena. One was Feng Jianshan, and the other was the second senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace. I heard that you want to kill our youngest junior brother? After the second senior brother of the Wine Demon Palace went into the arena, he looked at Feng Jianshan with a smile and asked, "So what? Do you want to die for him?" Feng Jianshan sneered. "Haha, our youngest junior brother is 10 times stronger than me. If you can't even defeat me, how can you kill him?" Chapter 3043. Bulsh *T. Take this. Feng Jianshan thought that he could compete with Shui and Lin Chuang since he had reached the peak of level 16 of Hell, but in reality, he had overestimated himself. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Lan Hai had no choice but to stop the battle and let the judge decide the winner. After the 9 Demon Kings had a discussion, they declared Feng Jianshan the winner. The reason was that Feng Jianshan had hit second senior brother more times. But the people of the Wine Demon residence were not convinced by this reason. Ling Xiao was about to refute when second senior brother stopped him. "Forget it. There's no need to make an enemy out of the Demon Kings. But second senior brother, you'll definitely win after 300 moves. That guy can't compare to you in terms of experience or skills." With Ling Xiao's eyesight, he naturally saw through all of this. "It's okay. When you meet him later, teach him a lesson for me." Second senior brother smiled. "Okay." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and calmed the displeasure in his heart. He could see that although the 9 Demon Kings said that it was fair, it was only fair among the 13 demon generals. It was not fair to the people of the Wine Demon residence. However, this kind of unfairness was only ambiguous. They didn't dare to be so obvious. Otherwise, the 18th sword was not to be trifled with. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. "Hee, you dare to object to the Demon King's judgment? You're overestimating yourself." Feng Jianshan deliberately mocked Ling Xiao when he walked down from the arena. "He helped you this time. The next time he meets me, it won't be so easy." Ling Xiao sneered and stepped into the arena. He was number 4. Yunling was also number 4. This battle was between him and Yunling. Look, it's that black horse. His cultivation is similar to Yunling's. I wonder if he can make it to the next round. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Yunling took the initiative to admit defeat. She did not even enter the arena. Yunling felt helpless about such a choice. Back in the Sky Devil residence, Ling Xiao's cultivation was far inferior to hers. She was already at the early stage of the 16th level of Hell, while Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the 15th level of Hell. But now, the battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed had completely frightened her. She didn't even have the courage to challenge him. She still remembered Fang Feiyun's death very clearly. She didn't want to die in the hands of Ling Xiao. F***CK. What is that Yunling doing? We can't see Ling Xiao's true strength again. That's right. You're surrendering without fighting? This Ling Xiao is really lucky. There was definitely more than one person who thought that Ling Xiao was lucky. Yunling, you've really disappointed me. The Heavenly Demon General looked at Yunling, his face extremely gloomy. In his opinion, even if Yunling was going to lose, she should force Ling Xiao to show his true strength and give Lin Chuang a reference. However, Yunling didn't even have the courage to step into the arena. Heavenly Demon General, she made the right choice. Compared to Yunling, you're still as blind as ever. Ling Xiao looked at the Heavenly Demon General and mocked him. What did you say? The Heavenly Demon General stood up with a murderous look. Haha, why are you so angry? Is it wrong to say that you're blind? Who was the one who abandoned me like trash? Ling Xiao mocked him. What are you so happy about? You just entered the top 10. Do you think you're a match for Lin Chuang? Luck can only represent a moment, not a lifetime. The Heavenly Demon General said coldly. You're right. Lin Chuang and Feng Jianshan are too lucky to have avoided me. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be in the top 10. Ling Xiao smiled and walked down the arena. He was very satisfied to be able to advance easily. After all, Yunling was not worth mentioning in his eyes. No matter what, people no longer dared to look down on the strength of the Wine Demon residents. For people entered the arena, and two of them fought with the strongest disciple. They fought for a long time and forced the opponent to use his full strength. The second senior brother of the Wine Demon residents fought Feng Jinshan to a draw. In the end, Feng Jinshan barely advanced because of the judge's decision. Ling Xiao was even more generous, scaring Yun Ling so much that she didn't dare to enter the arena. Number 5 was the 8th senior brother of the Wine Demon residents. His opponent was Wu Qing, and he didn't disappoint the crowd. Although he lost in the end, he lost bravely. He fought with Wu Qing for almost half an hour before the outcome was decided. Wu Qing only won with a small move. The Wine Demon residence has been at the bottom for so many years. How come they're so valiant this time? What valiant? To put it bluntly, only Ling Xiao advanced. No matter how good the others were, they were still eliminated. You're not being honest. They were eliminated because their opponents were too strong. Let's continue watching. Just as this person said, the following battles were basically the performance of the Wine Demon residents. Jin Luoying defeated her opponent in one move and easily advanced. Third senior brother was the same. Fourth senior brother defeated his opponent in 3 moves. Fifth senior brother defeated his opponent in 10 moves. Sixth senior brother defeated his opponent in 15 minutes. Of the 10 people from the Wine Demon residence, 6 had advanced. As for the remaining demon residences, only the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal demon residences were left, as well as Qinluo from the 13 demon residences. This kind of situation was simply beyond everyone's expectations. The Wine Demon residence, which had always been at the bottom in the past, actually had 6 people advance. Moreover, the advantage of advancing was very great, and they hadn't revealed their full strength. It was impossible for Sword 18 to not be happy. According to his original thinking, it was already very good for the Wine Demon residents to have Ling Xiao and Jian Luoying enter the top 10. However, now it seemed that the situation was much more optimistic than he had expected. The Celestial Demon General and 13 Demon General Chun Luo's noses were already crooked from anger. They were still cutting and mocking the Wine Demon residents before, but in the end, their results were much better than theirs. This slap was ruthless enough. In this way, even if Ling Xiao and the others were all eliminated, the Wine Demon residents would at least be ranked 5th, and they wouldn't be at the bottom. But then again, as long as the Wine Demon residents couldn't get first place, even if they got second place, it was meaningless. Because if they couldn't get the Black Tortoise seal, the Wine Demon residents wouldn't be able to obtain true freedom. Sword Sealing Mountain. Looks like we have to be ruthless. The Wine Demon residence's people are too arrogant. No matter which one of us meets the Wine Demon residence's people, we'll beat them to death. Lin Chuang saw the Wine Demon residence's audience cheering unceasingly and was immediately furious. Begin a new round of drawing lots. Lan Hai also glanced at the 6 people from the Wine Demon residence, intentionally or otherwise. They really hid their strength well. Among these 6 people, at least 2 of them would enter the top 5. He thought in his heart that the drawing of lots had already ended. This time, Ling Xiao drew number 5. In other words, he would be the last to go on stage. However, it was still unclear who his opponent would be. Chapter 3044. After a 10-minute break, Lan Hai announced the start of the second round. The 2 who drew number 1, please go on stage. Junior brother, I'll be going up first. Jian Luoying had drawn number 1. However, he didn't know who her opponent would be. Ling Xiao hoped that it wouldn't be Lin Chuang. As long as it wasn't Lin Chuang, anyone else would be fine. Ha ha ha, Miss Luoying. I'm sorry, but your opponent is me. Feng Jinshan laughed maniacally. Although he didn't meet Ling Xiao, it felt good to toy with Jian Luoying and defeat her. Jian Luoying was the daughter of Sword 18. If he could teach her a lesson, the people of Wine Demon residence would be devastated. Are you happy? Don't you think you're unlucky? Jian Luoying didn't say much, but Ling Xiao wouldn't let Feng Jinshan off. He felt that this guy was extremely stupid. Among everyone, Jian Luoying was probably the only one afraid of him and Lin Chuang. She wasn't even afraid of blood robes. He really didn't know what this idiot Feng Jinshan was so happy about. Was he happy that he was about to be eliminated? Unlucky? Ling Xiao. Oh, Ling Xiao, you're all talk. I heard you have a good relationship with Jian Luoying, although I don't know if it's because Wine Demon General wants to marry her to you. But a gentleman is a gentleman. But a fair lady is a gentleman's mate. You must like this woman very much. What do you think will happen if I disfigure her? Feng Jianshan ignored Jian Luoying and looked at Ling Xiao. He didn't notice Jian Luoying's cold gaze. Feng Jianshan was finished if he dared to say such words in front of Jian Luoying. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed. What do you mean by the evils you bring upon yourself? Brother, you're on your own now. Feng Jianshan didn't know what a stupid thing he had done. He looked at Jian Luoying and said with a smile, Miss Luoying, if you don't want to be disfigured, admit defeat and agree to one of my requests. Oh? What request? Jian Luoying asked with a half-smile. It's very simple. Marry me and be my concubine. Feng Jianshan smiled. This was an absolute humiliation. It was a direct humiliation. Feng Jianshan didn't have a wife, but he wanted Jian Luoying to be his concubine. Clearly, Jian Luoying wasn't worthy of being his wife. If it were anyone else, they would probably be livid with rage. However, Jian Luoying was not angry. In her eyes, Sword Sealing Mountain was already a dead man. There was no need to be angry with a dead person. Ha ha ha, I say, Wine Devil General, why don't you and Chen Luo settle the marriage between Sword Sealing Mountain and Jian Luoying? I think they're a perfect match. The Heavenly Demon General looked at 18th Sword and laughed. These words were naturally aimed at the 18th Sword. Hee, my daughter will not marry a dead man as her husband, Sword 18 said with a faint smile. He knew his daughter's temper the best. Feng Jianshan's words were pure suicide. It was impossible for Jian Luoying not to kill him. The Heavenly Demon General sneered. General Wine Demon, you're old and your eyes are blurry. Don't you know how strong your daughter is? Not to mention killing Sword Sealing Mountain. I think even staying alive will be a problem. Hee, I'm old, but in terms of eyesight, I'm much better than a blind man like you. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have joined my Wine Demon residence. Sword 18 mocked. I won't argue with you. You'll know when the results are out. The Heavenly Demon General couldn't argue with the Wine Demon General. He had indeed misjudged Ling Xiao. There was nothing he could do if the other party used this weakness to target him. Yes, you'll know when the results are out. Sword 18 couldn't be bothered to continue the nonsense and said coldly. On the stage, Jian Luoying had already drawn her sword and pointed it at Feng Jianshan. Admit defeat and kneel down to apologize. Perhaps I can spare your life. Bullshit. How could I lose to a woman like you? Feng Jianshan naturally wouldn't admit defeat. He didn't think he was weaker than Jian Luoying. Kill. Feng Jianshan took the initiative to attack. Bitch who refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll show you what fear is. A huge sword appeared in his hand. Behind him was a towering mountain. The mountain martial soul combined with the huge sword made the power of the sword terrifying. A terrifying power came crashing down like it could split the sky and cover the earth. The ground where Jian Luoying stood was shaking violently. Even with the support of the formation, cracks had already appeared in the ground. Feng Jianshan didn't show any mercy when he attacked. Since Jian Luoying wouldn't go along with his wishes, he could only destroy her. How dare you kill this and that with this little ability? Is there something wrong with your brain? Jian Luoying raised her sword contemptuously. Gravitational sword. Negative gravity. Her sword came into contact with Feng Jianshan's sword. Feng Jianshan's sword was powerful. If Jian Luoying hadn't reacted properly, she wouldn't have been able to block it. But now, Feng Jianshan was like a mountain that had turned into a balloon. With just a light touch from Jian Luoying, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Gravitational sword. 1,000 times gravity. Jian Luoying had no intention of letting Feng Jianshan go so easily. She took advantage of Feng Jianshan's falling body to use her best move. Oh no, I admit defeat. Feng Jianshan sensed that something was wrong. Jian Luoying was too strong. He couldn't fight back at all. He wanted to admit defeat. However, it was useless to just admit defeat. They had to escape from the arena. But under the 1,000 times gravity, he couldn't even control his own body. How could he escape? Demon General, save me. Feng Jianshan couldn't save himself. so he could only ask Chen Luo for help. When Chen Luo heard the cry for help, he immediately stood up and rushed into the arena. If this continued, Feng Jianshan would be eliminated anyway. He didn't care if he broke the rules. The punishment for breaking the rules was too small. At most, he would be kicked out of the competition. Demon General, where are you going? Ling Xiao blocked Chen Luo's path with a cold expression. Get lost. Chen Luo was extremely anxious at this time. He directly threw out a punch, blasting towards Ling Xiao. Because it was a hurried punch, it wasn't very powerful. His goal was to force Ling Xiao back and then save Feng Jianshan. Imperial Celestial Dragon Form. Ultimate Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. Facing the powerful Chen Luo, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be careless. He instantly transformed and attached himself to the Imperial Celestial Dragon Form. Then, he punched out with both fists. Boom! After a loud explosion, Chen Luo looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He hadn't even moved an inch. At the same time, Sword Sealing Mountain's hysterical screams could be heard from the arena. It's too late. Chen Luo knew that it was too late for Ling Xiao to stop him. He looked at the arena. Feng Jianshan's body was completely embedded in the arena's tiles. There was no part of his body that was intact. Although he wasn't dead, he was basically crippled. Chapter 3045. Jian Luoying eliminated Feng Jianshan, and she won in one move. Ling Xiao blocked the enraged demon General Chen Luo, and he didn't look injured at all. What was wrong with this world? Was it all a dream? The audience couldn't comprehend the situation. The strange turn of events left them dumbfounded. Feng Jianshan, who they were expecting to be in the top 5, was defeated so easily, and he looked like he was on the verge of death. I'm going to kill you. Chen Luo checked Feng Jianshan's condition and was instantly enraged. He pounced on Jian Luoying and Ling Xiao, wanting to kill them both. However, with Jin 18 around, he couldn't do anything. Jin 18 didn't stand up. He just sat there and slapped the air. Demon General Chen Luo was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He landed heavily on the arena. He was watched by tens of thousands of people. It was a disgrace. Life and death are normal in the arena. Feng Jianshan was seriously injured, but my daughter Luoying showed mercy. Don't you remember her kindness and go treat that trash? You're still here causing trouble. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I've swallowed my anger all these years? Jin 18's voice echoed throughout the arena. Only then did people remember how terrifying this demon general was. The demon general of 100 years ago was a very special existence. He was clearly stronger than the 3 demon generals of heaven, earth, and human. But he refused to be promoted to demon general. Even the demon lord couldn't restrain him. Although most people didn't see the battle between Jin 18 and the demon lord, there were still people who knew the result. The demon lord lost. Although he had only lost by 1.5 moves, a loss was a loss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to such conditions. They thought that Jin 18 wasn't as strong as he used to be after 100 years. But now they realized that this demon general might be even more terrifying than he was 100 years ago. Uncle Jin is right. In the arena, life and death don't matter. I'm sure all of you know this very well. Chen Luo, take Feng Jianshan to heal. Empress Lan Meichen stood up and looked deeply at Jin 18. Then she said to Chen Luo, this subordinate obeys. Chen Luo was already stunned by the 18th blade. He did not dare to offend Empress Lan Meichen, so he could only send Feng Jianshan to the Demon Dragon Sword Court's apothecary department to heal. All right, let the competition continue. Seeing Chen Luo leave, Empress Lan waved her hand and gestured. Lan Hai nodded and said, 2 contestants, please come on. The ones who entered the stage were actually the Wine Demon Mansion's 4th senior brother and 7th senior brother. It couldn't be helped. 6 out of 10 people were from the Wine Demon Manor. It wasn't strange for them to run into each other. I abstain. 7th senior brother directly forfeited. This was because he knew that he was no match for his 4th senior brother. In order to prevent his 4th senior brother from exhausting himself, this was the wisest choice. In this way, 2 people from the Wine Demon residence have already advanced to the top 5. This is really unexpected. That's right. Although the civil war in the Wine Demon residence will cause one person to withdraw, it is also certain that one person will advance. Our luck is pretty good. The Wine Demon residence had become the focus of everyone's attention. After all, from the beginning of the first round until now, everyone's performance was outstanding. This was something that no one in the audience had expected. Do you think someone else from the Wine Demon residence will advance? That's hard to say. The key is still to see who they're up against. Whether it's Lin Shuang, Xue Yi, or Wu Qing, they're not to be trifled with. If the remaining 3 from the Wine Demon residence go up against them, they'll definitely be eliminated. But if they fight against each other, at least one person will advance. I think so too. In the midst of the discussion, the identities of the 2 contestants were revealed. One was Lin Shuang, the other was the Wine Demon residence's 6th senior brother. I abstain. The 6th senior brother didn't go on stage because this was something that had been discussed. Jin Luoying had almost killed Feng Jianshan, so Lin Shuang would definitely be ruthless. He wouldn't give the 6th senior brother a chance to escape. Thus, he chose to abstain. It was very wise. Coward. Lin Shuang couldn't achieve his goal. He could only curse fiercely and leave the stage helplessly. Then, the identities of the 2 contestants were revealed. One was Xue Yi, the other was the Wine Demon residence's 5th senior brother. The Wine Demon residence is unlucky. It seems that only 2 of the top 5 will advance. Yeah, it's over. Seeing this duel being revealed, the identity of the final duel had already been decided. It was Ling Xiao against Wu Qing. Wu Qing used to be the first on the Young Dragon bounty list. Although he was defeated by Xue Yi, he was still very strong. He was definitely not someone that Ling Xiao could compete with. As for Xue Yi, the Wine Demon residence's 5th senior brother was no match for him. However, the 5th senior brother didn't abstain. Instead, he went on stage. Are you implying that I, Xue Yi, have no enmity with the Wine Demon residence, so I won't kill you? Xue Yi sneered and suddenly released his Blood Clan martial soul. He didn't give the 5th senior brother a chance to escape. A sea of blood enveloped the 5th senior brother. When he was thrown out, he was only skin and bones. Although he wasn't dead, he was on his last breath. There was no saving him. After Lan Hai announced the result, Ling Xiao immediately rushed onto the stage. He used his life reversal on the 5th senior brother. Of course, in order to hide the truth of the life reversal, he gave the 5th senior brother a pill. At that moment, the 5th senior brother, who was originally hopeless, suddenly became as lively as a dragon and a tiger, as if nothing had happened. I'm not dead. The 5th senior brother looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. It was junior brother who saved you. I don't know what pill he fed you, but it has such a miraculous effect. Jin Luoying also walked over and said with a smile. There were still traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. To be honest, at that moment, she also thought that her 5th senior brother couldn't make it. Even a god wouldn't be able to save him. However, Ling Xiao's pill was so miraculous. I came across this pill by chance when I was roaming the underworld. I only have one. 5th senior brother, you have to repay me well. His voice wasn't soft, so everyone in the spectator stands could hear him. Of course, he did it on purpose. Idiot, you actually used such a good pill on someone else? If you kept it for yourself, wouldn't it be equivalent to having an extra life? The Heavenly Demon General said disdainfully. That's right. This Ling Xiao is really naive. The Earth Demon General said. I don't think so. Ling Xiao used the only pill on his senior brother. It's enough to show that he's a righteous and affectionate person. He's a good man. It's a pity that I was blind back then. I didn't choose him as my personal disciple and let the 18th sword take advantage of him. The person who spoke was the 4th Demon General. Although he was a little unhappy that his people were all eliminated, he was very impressed by Ling Xiao's actions. Of course, he also regretted it. Chapter 3046. Xue Yi. Ling Xiao stood up and looked at the red-robed young man. What's the matter? Xue Yi asked coldly. I have another grudge against you. You killed my 5th senior brother. Are you prepared to be killed? Ling Xiao said coldly. Do I have a grudge against you? I don't remember. Xue Yi shook his head and laughed contemptuously. But it doesn't matter. If you want revenge, come at me as long as you can kill me. Of course, that's impossible, because you can't even get past Wu Qing. He was defeated by someone with the same name as you. I'm afraid he hates you to the core. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and walked out of the arena. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He let Jin Luoying and senior brother Wu leave the arena, then faced Wu Qing. Wu Qing entered the arena with an aggressive aura. You shouldn't be called that, he said coldly. Is that so? Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and suddenly released his sword essence. The terrifying slaughter sword essence rushed toward Wu Qing. In that instant, Wu Qing knelt down. He thought of the fear of Ming Cheng being defeated. You are. Wu Qing was very sure that Ling Xiao's terrifying sword essence was exactly the same as Ling Xiao's on the bounty list. Got it. Do you want to continue? Ling Xiao sneered. I spared your life last time. This time, I won't be merciful. I admit defeat. Wu Qing felt miserable, but he didn't feel unconvinced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with admitting defeat when he met that person. In fact, he wanted to see who was stronger between Ling Xiao and Shui. He turned around and left the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. That's it? Hey, what's the deal between Wu Qing and Ling Xiao? Why did he admit defeat? Think about it. Ling Xiao is too lucky. Yunling gave up in the first round. Wu Qing admitted defeat in the second round. In fact, he didn't even make a move. Yeah, this guy couldn't have bribed all his opponents, right? That's impossible. The draw is random. How would he know who his opponent is? Besides, I don't think Wu Qing is someone who can be bribed. Then tell me what happened. Actually, I don't know either. It's quite troublesome. Don't waste your time thinking about it. Anyway, there's still one last battle. We'll know soon enough whether we're a mule or a horse. After the initial anger and confusion, the audience gradually calmed down and looked at the arena. Wu Qing, you coward. Why did you admit defeat? Bloodrobes was very displeased. Since he had defeated Wu Qing, he naturally did not wish for Wu Qing to be too crippled. If that was the case, what was the point of defeating him? Coward? Wu Qing smiled and said, You're not his opponent either. Bullshit. Bloodrobes was thoroughly enraged by Wu Qing's words. You coward, just watch carefully from below the stage. Watch how I defeat this trash. Young master, should we investigate? Dragon Demon King asked Empress Lan Meichen. There's no need for that. Even if he really bribed others, he can't bribe Lin Chuang and Bloodrobes. In this last battle, although the three from Wine Demon residence have advanced, if Ling Xiao doesn't have true strength, it's impossible for him to be Lin Chuang and Bloodrobe's match. Empress Lan Meichen waved her hand and said, I'd like to see if he's just lucky, scheming, or true strength. As they spoke, the 10-minute break had passed. The last 5 martial artists stepped onto the arena once again. Lin Chuang, Bloodrobes, Jin Luoying, Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother, Ling Xiao. I won't talk about the rules. Whoever stays until the end will be the winner. Lan Hai raised his hand and then put it down. Begin the battle. Lin Chuang looked at Bloodrobes and said, Bloodrobes, I'll deal with Ling Xiao. You take care of those 2 guys. After that, we'll decide the winner. How about that? No, let me deal with Ling Xiao. Wu Qing said he's stronger than me. I'd like to see if this kid is really that strong. Bloodrobes shook his head and said, You two don't need to talk nonsense. Come at me together. I'll fight the 2 of you alone. Ling Xiao stood up and said in a clear voice, Arrogant. Lin Chuang and Bloodrobes roared at the same time. Ling Xiao was indeed arrogant. He actually dared to face Lin Chuang and Bloodrobes, 2 genius experts. Even the audience was shocked by his arrogant words. I'm sorry, senior sister Luoying, 4th senior brother. You guys don't have to fight. I'll deal with the 2 of them. I didn't fight in the first 2 rounds. It's too boring. Ling Xiao wanted to fight the 2 of them by himself. Firstly, he was confident that he could defeat the 2 of them. Secondly, he could only feel the pressure when facing the 2 of them. Only then would he be able to unleash the potential in his body. Thirdly, he wanted to defeat the 2 of them in front of tens of thousands of people. While proving himself, he also wanted to remind everyone that Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. Be careful. We'll just watch from the side. Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's fourth senior brother nodded and retreated to the side. Bloodrobes, what do you think? Do you want to accept his suggestion? Lin Chuang looked at Bloodrobes and smiled. There's no need to work together to kill him. He thinks too highly of himself. You just watch from the side. I'll kill him. Bloodrobes did not want to team up with others to deal with Ling Xiao. It would be too embarrassing. Who was he? He was currently ranked first on the Young Dragon bounty list. What about Ling Xiao? Although he had the same name as the person on the bounty list, he was not the same person. He was a completely unknown person. How could he be compared to him? All right, I'll watch. Lin Chuang was eager to see such a thing happen. He would rest for a while and wait for Ling Xiao and Bloodrobes to exhaust themselves. Only then would he be able to win easily. As for Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's fourth senior brother, he did not care about them at all. Kill. Bloodrobes looked down on Ling Xiao. Therefore, he did not even use his martial soul at the beginning of the attack. He directly used his terrifying speed to charge at Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with a single strike. Fortunately, he could show off in front of his old rival, Wu Qing. The audience watched the scene nervously. This strange, chaotic battle had turned into a one-on-one battle again. However, they were happy to see it happen. They had not seen Ling Xiao's strength before, so they wanted to see it with their own eyes. Scram. Ling Xiao did not use his beast soul transformation. He only used the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body to protect himself and threw out a punch. Boom. There was an explosion in the void. Bloodrobes was forced back 3 to 4 steps. I've said it before. The two of you better work together. Otherwise, you won't be a match for me. Ling Xiao looked at Bloodrobes with contempt and said indifferently, So strong. Is this the real Ling Xiao? It seems like we've underestimated him. Yeah, he actually forced Bloodrobes back with one punch. Although Bloodrobes did not use his martial soul, his strength is still very strong. This can only mean that Ling Xiao is stronger. This dark horse probably did not rely on luck to get into the top 5. Chapter 3047. How arrogant. Since you want to die, then I'll do my best. Shui was originally in a good mood after defeating Wu Qing, and he was also extremely proud. However, Ling Xiao poured a bucket of cold water on his proud mood, which made him very unhappy. Behind him, a blood-red shadow appeared, and terrifying energy was constantly accumulating. He glanced at Shui coldly. Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a mocking sneer. Immediately, black flames wrapped around his arm, and the flames became more and more vigorous. That arm of his was like a sharp blade, exuding an incomparably terrifying sword and tint. It was hot and cold. It was contradictory and strange. It made people feel very uncomfortable. There was no need to use the demon dragon sword to deal with Shui. An arm condensed from inner strength was enough to take on the heavy responsibility. At this moment, his right arm was a sword, a peerless divine sword. Suddenly, he took a step forward, as if he was carrying the power of heaven and earth, and pressed toward Shui. This step crossed a distance of dozens of meters and instantly appeared in front of Shui. At this moment, Ling Xiao's entire body was bathed in black flames, as if a fire god had descended to the world. On his arm, the raging black flames had completely condensed into a sharp weapon. The fiery sword aura pierced through the void, and it forced the people in the audience to circulate their inner strength to resist. Wherever Ling Xiao passed, flames would linger around him. Unusual flame sword technique, black flame sword. This was the second move of the unusual flame sword technique, which was modified from the glacier rain sword technique. Its power was even more powerful than the fiery rain burst. It was also more suitable for close combat. From the moment Ling Xiao circulated his inner strength to the moment he launched the attack, it seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only the blink of an eye. Shui did not expect Ling Xiao to take the initiative to attack, and this attack was actually so terrifying. In a hurry, he circulated his blood-kindred martial soul and set up a blood curtain in front of him, trying to block Ling Xiao's black flame sword. It was not that he did not want to dodge. It was that he could not dodge. He, Shui, had just declared that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. He was so arrogant. If he dodged now, would it not tell others that he was afraid? Moreover, he had no way of hiding. He couldn't avoid it. Ling Xiao's speed was in no way inferior to his. The result of dodging was very likely to be hit directly without any defense. Therefore, he could only take it head-on. In the past, the blood veil had blocked merciless peak attack. This was something that everyone present knew, and some had even witnessed with their own eyes. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Ling Xiao's attack this time. Although Ling Xiao's attack is powerful, it will most likely fail. That's right. Shui Yi's strength lies in his martial spirit. He can attack and defend, making it impossible for his enemies to guard against him. The heavenly demon general even gave Lin Chuang a look, indicating for him to prepare for a sneak attack. As long as Ling Xiao's attack failed, there would be a moment of emptiness in his internal energy, and his defense would return to zero. At that time, Lin Chuang's sneak attack was naturally twice the result with half the effort. Lin Chuang was a scoundrel and shameless person. Blood Robes still cared about his reputation, but Lin Chuang would not. He was capable of doing anything despicable and shameless. Therefore, when he saw the look in the heavenly demon general's eyes, he nodded. He then began to circulate his internal energy, preparing for a sneak attack. At that moment, Ling Xiao's black flame sword pierced the blood veil. Boom! A terrifying aura raged throughout the entire arena. Balls of black flames soared into the sky and burned in the arena. At that moment, the arrogant Blood Robes actually retreated as if he had encountered something terrifying. At the same time, the black flames wrapped around his body like maggots, burning continuously. Blood Sea. Extinguish. Blood Robes had no choice but to wrap his body with the Blood Sea as he retreated. Only then was he able to extinguish the black flames. Even so, Blood Robe's entire body was charred black, and there was even a scorched smell in the air. Lin Chuang did not launch a sneak attack. He had no way of launching a sneak attack. Ling Xiao had actually succeeded in repelling Blood Robes and shattering the blood veil. If he had chosen to launch a sneak attack at that time, he would have been wrapped in the black flames and swept in by the scattered energy. That would not have been worth it. Hee, you're so full of yourself. I thought you were very powerful, but I didn't expect that's all you've got. You dare to be arrogant with me with just that? Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Blood Robes contemptuously, looking rather disdainful. Blood Robe's expression instantly became extremely ugly. However, he was unable to refute Ling Xiao's words. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing in the arena, bathed in black flames and golden light, in surprise. Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao. Everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. What luck! That guy is completely terrifyingly powerful. That's right. He was able to repel Blood Robes with one punch, and then kill him with one move. If he's not powerful, then it's bullsh*t. At first, many people thought that Ling Xiao was crazy for wanting to fight against Blood Robes and Lin Chuang by himself. However, at that moment, they changed their minds. Ling Xiao was far more powerful than they had imagined. Some people were anxious, some were excited, and some were cheering. In the spectator seats, there were all kinds of people. I admit that I've really underestimated you. With your strength, you're really qualified for me to take you seriously. If you were defeated by me in one move, that would be too boring. Blood Robe's expression gradually returned to normal. Otherwise, why would people say that shameless people are invincible? He was clearly being suppressed by Ling Xiao, but he could say that he was not taking him seriously. It was as if he took him seriously, Ling Xiao would be no match for him at all. You're still stubborn. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao sneered sarcastically. Blood Robe's strength was not bad. After 2 exchanges, one should be able to feel his strength. He actually pretended to not care, as if that would not be embarrassing. His bluff was a success. The people who were originally worried about him actually became excited again. It was as if he really was not taking him seriously and was only playing with Ling Xiao. I'll warn you again. Join forces with Lin Chuang. You can't do it alone. Ling Xiao looked at Blood Robes and said coldly, I've only given you 2 moves. Do you really think that you're so powerful? Blood Robes laughed. Is that so? Then I'll show you something more fun. Ling Xiao finally took out the demon dragon sword. Behind him, a sword martial spirit wrapped in black flames appeared. His entire aura seemed to have changed at that moment. He was much more powerful and terrifying. Boom! The black flames on the demon dragon sword soared. The flames rose like a roaring demon dragon, devouring the heat between heaven and earth. Boundless blood sea. Blood Robes exclaimed in his heart when he saw this scene. He erupted with nearly 100% of his strength, and a terrifying blood sea flooded the arena. Chapter 3048. Even though the terrifying blood sea filled the entire arena, there was still an empty space beneath Ling Xiao's feet. The black flames continued to burn, and the blood sea could not advance at all. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. The two of them were finally going to have the ultimate battle. Kill. Demonic Dragon Sword. Rain of Fire. The Rain of Fire released by the Demonic Dragon Sword, which was a fine Emperor artifact, was extremely beautiful. The Rain of Fire turned into countless black flames that transformed into black demonic dragons. Countless demonic dragons pounced at Shui. Shui's expression was extremely ugly. He could only desperately urge the blood sea to resist. It was as if he wanted to completely block Ling Xiao's sword, like how he dealt with Wu Qing. Boom, boom. The fire dragons hit the blood sea, and the blood sea was instantly burned and evaporated. Then, countless fire dragons crazily hit the blood sea like a storm. They passed through the blood sea and hit Shui's body. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of terrifying attacks, the blood sea that Shui was so proud of was beaten into a mess. On his body, there were countless charred holes that were pierced by the flaming sword aura. Some were charred and no blood could be seen, while some were still bleeding. These attacks were caused by Ling Xiao's sword aura after it was blocked by the blood sea. If it was not blocked, Shui would have been torn into pieces. This is your so-called full strength? Your so-called seriousness? Hee, in my opinion, your true strength is even weaker than Wu Qing. You're just a piece of trash that relies on your martial soul. Once your martial soul is broken, you're nothing. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked coldly at the battered Shui with a sneer. He was not in a hurry to pursue. If he wanted to kill Shui, he could do it in one move. He was just humiliating him now. In fact, Shui had always wanted to kill him for the bounty. However, he did not take it seriously. That was because Shui did not cause any substantial damage to him. However, if he did not have the life backtrack ability, his fifth senior brother would have died at Shui's hands. He had to take revenge for this. Moreover, Shui kept belittling and ridiculing him, which made him very unhappy. If he didn't teach this bastard a lesson, how could he vent the anger in his heart? Looking at the two figures in the arena, the audience's feelings became even more complicated. Ling Xiao was almost untainted by a speck of dust. He arrogantly stood in the void with the demon dragon's sword in his hand, as if everything was beneath his notice. On the other hand, Blood Robes, the person who was favored the most, was in a sorry state at that moment. He did not have the strength to fight back at all. This was the complete opposite of what they had imagined. Ling Xiao didn't make a move in the first and second rounds, and many people began to look down on him. But once he made his move, the result was shocking. Thinking about it carefully, this kid had won 3 consecutive championships since the entrance exam, breaking all records. Then, he joined the Heavenly Demon Mansion and killed the direct disciple, Fang Feiyun, as an ordinary disciple. And now, in the arena, he beat Blood Robes to the point that he could not fight back at all. Almost every time this guy did something, he would surprise people. It was just that many people knew this but were unwilling to admit it. They were afraid that if they admitted that Ling Xiao was too strong, it would slap them in the face and embarrass them. That's right, I rely on my martial soul. So what? My martial spirit is the most powerful. You dare to say that I'm trash? Then I'll let you see how trash kills you. Blood Robes was completely desperate. He used the move that he had planned to use to deal with Lin Chuang. Blood Demon Rebirth. With a roar, the blood-red shadow behind him merged with his body. Then, Blood Robes became taller and taller. After reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters, he stopped. He no longer looked like a human. It was as if he was a monster completely condensed from blood. He exuded an evil and crazy aura. This guy, fortunately, Ling Xiao forced him to use this move. Otherwise, I would have been defeated. Lin Chuang was shocked when he saw the blood demon rebirth. However, he immediately rejoiced. It was a good time to observe the weakness of this move. He would have a way to deal with it later. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. A rough voice came from the blood demon's mouth. The blood demon waved his huge arm and slapped at Ling Xiao. The entire arena turned into a huge pool of blood. In the air, there were countless blood snakes flicking their tongues, waiting for Ling Xiao to show an opening. Then, they would swarm him and bite him to death. Let's see how you dodge. Blood robes roared. Countless blood snakes attacked at the same time, pouncing at Ling Xiao. Dodge? Do I need to dodge? Your ridiculous attack is like a baby's fist. Can it hurt me? Ling Xiao's voice came from the countless blood snakes. The next moment, he was crazily surrounded by the blood snakes. He was trapped by the sea of blood. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Blood Robes was excited when he saw the blood snakes trap Ling Xiao. After he entered the blood demon rebirth state, the power of the sea of blood would increase greatly. Ling Xiao could pierce through the sea of blood before, but now, he definitely could not. At this moment, Wu Qing clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, what level of battle is this? Blood Robes didn't even use his full strength when he fought with me. When the blood demon rebirth comes out, I can't resist at all. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Just as he was feeling depressed, a roar came from the arena. In the air, rays of golden light appeared one after another. Fire dragons broke through the sea of blood's encirclement. Ling Xiao stood in the air, unscathed. His body was still wrapped in the golden light of the imperial celestial dragon body. That golden light was like a divine dragon. This kid's imperial celestial dragon body is too terrifying. The same body-tempering martial technique is dozens of times stronger in his hands. The Dragon Demon King stood up in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know about other things, but the strength of Ling Xiao's imperial celestial dragon body was too terrifying. It was only proficient in fire control, but its power was comparable to his imperial celestial dragon body at perfection. What kind of physique did this kid have? No, impossible. This must be a coincidence. How can you be so strong? Blood Robes was also shocked. The strengthened sea of blood still couldn't trap Ling Xiao. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Black Flame Sword, kill. The moment Ling Xiao broke free, he pointed the demon dragon sword in his hand. A black sword aura broke through the air. It directly pierced through the huge blood demon's throat. Ah! A hysterical scream came from the blood demon's mouth. The blood demon twitched crazily in the arena as if it was in great pain. Is it over? Lin Chuang started to worry. He hadn't thought of how to deal with the blood demon rebirth, but Ling Xiao had already finished it off. How strong was this Ling Xiao? At this moment, all the disdain he had for Zhang Xian vanished. Chapter 3049. Amid the hysterical screams, the blood demon's body that had been pierced through started to reform again. Ling Xiao, you probably don't know what the blood demon's rebirth is. In this state, I'm immortal. You can't kill me. Shui sneered and said loudly, Is that so? Then I'll let you try something fun. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. In fact, he was the most fearless against an existence like the blood demon. A second martial soul appeared behind him, the tyrannical blood demonic dragon martial soul. Tyrannical blood demonic dragon blood curse. With the activation of the demonic dragon blood curse, the blood demon's body started to bleed continuously. The blood demon's body seemed to be unable to stabilize. Impossible. What the hell is this? Shui was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Your so-called immortal body is nothing more than accumulating a large amount of blood to continuously repair the blood demon's body. But now, how are you going to repair it? Ling Xiao looked at Shui and sneered disdainfully. Your so-called strength. Your so-called pride. In the end, it's just the blood clan's martial soul. That's right, it's very powerful, But once it's restrained, you, blood robes, are nothing. Even merciless can easily kill you. Ling Xiao said loudly. His words were not meant to hurt Shui. They were the truth. In his opinion, no matter what martial soul it was just a support. A martial artist's strength was the most fundamental. Even the powerful and almost invincible tyrannical martial soul was just a support in Ling Xiao's opinion. The primary and secondary roles could not be reversed. Otherwise, if one blindly relied on the martial soul, when the martial soul was restrained, it would be useless. These words even made many experts nod their heads secretly. There had always been a debate. Should one focus on the martial soul or the body? This debate was rampant. There had never been a conclusion. However, after countless battles, more and more martial artists gradually understood that the martial soul was just one of the abilities of a martial artist. It was no different from martial skills and secret techniques. Its function was to strengthen a warrior's strength, speed of cultivation, or to bestow a warrior with special abilities. Especially now, many scientists had already developed a method to strip off the martial soul and replace it. This caused the martial souls to switch more frequently. The importance of the main body was becoming increasingly prominent. Shui was indeed very powerful. However, thinking about it carefully, this fellow had only been relying on his blood clan martial soul. He had never seen him use any other abilities in battle. Now that his martial soul was broken, he was crippled. He couldn't even display a decent martial skill. You killed my 5th senior brother, and now you want to kill me. Then I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. I'll kill you. Ling Xiao coldly spat out. Everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. Naturally, Blood Robes was no exception. The demonic dragon blood curse was frantically extracting Shui's blood. Blood Robe's current body was that of a blood demon. He was completely formed from blood, so he was most afraid of abilities like the demon dragon blood curse. However, to kill him, the demonic dragon blood curse alone was not enough. Ling Xiao still had something else up his sleeve. Bloodthirsty plague, I'll send you on your way. As his voice sounded, Blood Robe's expression changed drastically. If the demonic dragon blood curse was his nemesis, he had to desperately resist it to maintain his blood demon body. Then, the bloodthirsty plague would be a death sentence. At that moment, Blood Robes felt as if his blood was out of control, being invaded by the germs. Then, it was frantically stripped away. I don't want to die. Lin Chuang, why aren't you doing anything? Blood Robes finally realized that with his strength alone, he was no match for Ling Xiao. At that moment, he thought of Lin Chuang. As long as Lin Chuang made a move, he would definitely be saved. Normally, Lin Chuang would not save Blood Robes. After all, he was a very strong competitor. However, he had no choice but to save him today. If Ling Xiao killed Blood Robes, he did not have much confidence in defeating Ling Xiao. The terrifying strength Ling Xiao had just displayed was truly shocking. In order to be able to kill Ling Xiao instantly, Lin Chuang directly used his beast soul transformation. It was as if a Tyrannosaurus Rex had descended from the sky, slamming down on Ling Xiao's head. How do you think Ling Xiao will deal with this? He won't be able to. He's probably done everything he can to defeat Blood Robes. With Lin Chuang on top, he'll definitely lose. That's right. Unless Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior help him, even if he doesn't die this time, he'll have to give up on attacking Blood Robes. That should be the most reasonable judgment. No matter how strong Ling Xiao is, there's no way he can take on 2 people alone. Such discussions were actually what Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior thought. When they saw Lin Chuang make a move, they wanted to stop him. However, they suddenly heard Ling Xiao's thunderous voice. Senior sisters, senior brothers, just watch. Ling Xiao was actually able to speak so calmly when he was fighting against 2 people by himself. This meant that he wasn't under any pressure at all. The people in the spectator stands also heard Ling Xiao's words. Some were puzzled, some were mocking, and some were disdainful. At this moment, everyone was staring at Ling Xiao. They wanted to see how Ling Xiao was going to deal with these 2 experts. If Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother didn't help, they would lose this great advantage in an instant. Even Lan Di Meichen, who was originally not interested in this battle, was watching the battle with interest. She also wanted to know how Ling Xiao would deal with this situation. Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Ling Xiao responded. Dozens of Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards pounced on Lin Chuang at the same time. In fact, the current Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards were no longer able to display their former power due to the lower level of their martial arts. Each Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard was, at most, half as strong as Ling Xiao. Under Lin Chuang's attack, they couldn't withstand a single blow. However, Ling Xiao only needed them to block Lin Chuang for a moment. He didn't expect the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to be able to kill Lin Chuang. Therefore, a move like this was enough. So he still has this kind of move. It's a pity that the level of his martial arts is too low and can't be used. Dragon Demon King shook his head. You're wrong. This move is the most suitable for now. It consumes little and can achieve his goal. Empress Lan shook her head, but her eyes were still on the arena. Shui, you don't have a chance. I've warned you more than once that if you want to survive, you have to join forces with Lin Chuang. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. Now, prepare to die. As Ling Xiao spoke, his figure flashed. The demon dragon's sword in his hand shook and turned into an endless rain of fire. Everyone knew that Shui didn't have a chance. The moment the blood demon's body was destroyed by the bloodthirsty plague and the demon dragon blood curse, as long as the endless rain of fire hit him, he would be turned into a sieve. Chapter 3050. In the stands, the Earth Demon General looked at Empress Lan. Young Master, I hope you can protect Shui. You said it yourself, he's a promising talent. Although Ling Xiao is stronger than him, our Demon Dragon Sword Court needs more experts. The Earth Demon General naturally did not want to see his disciple killed. That was why he pleaded with Empress Lan. Empress Lan sighed, then her figure flickered. She did not leave her seat, but a clone appeared in the arena. Demonic Dragon Incarnation. It's the middle-level general martial art, Demonic Dragon Incarnation. As expected of the young master, he has cultivated this martial art to perfection. That's terrifying. The Demon Kings, Demon Generals, and all the spectators saw the Demonic Dragon Incarnation in front of Shui. Although it looked like Empress Lan, it had the evil aura of a demonic dragon. Everyone stopped. Empress Lan Machen blocked Ling Xiao's rain of fire with ease. With a wave of her hand, the fire rain's sword chi disappeared. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. Lin Chuang also stopped attacking after shattering the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. Shui had just recovered from the shock. Looking at Empress Lan, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he did not have to die. Young Master, isn't this inappropriate? Ling Xiao looked at Empress Lan and said lightly, the Black Tortoise Seal contest is a rule set by the Demon Lord and the Demon Kings. It's inappropriate for you to barge in without permission. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to the young master like that? In the stands, the Heavenly Demon General roared. Shut up. This has nothing to do with you. Ling Xiao yelled at the Heavenly Demon General, then looked at Empress Lan. Although he was not as strong as her, he was not afraid. With the 18th blade, even if the Demon Lord personally attacked, he was not afraid. Moreover, he had many ways to save his life. Even if Empress Lan wanted to kill him, it would not be that easy. The Heavenly Demon General could not stand being yelled at by Ling Xiao. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Empress Lan. Ling Xiao, I know you're not convinced, but don't worry, I'm only stopping you from killing him. Blood Robes has been eliminated. That should be fine, right? Lan Machen said. He knew that he was in the wrong, so his attitude was not that unreasonable. He believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to understand his difficulties and give him face if he treated him so courteously. But he was wrong. Who was Ling Xiao? Who wouldn't this guy dare to offend? He had even killed someone from the Eternal Palace. Why would he be afraid of him? Besides, Ling Xiao was in the right in this matter. Empress Lan Machen's sudden interruption was unacceptable. Young Master, when my 5th senior brother was killed by him, I didn't see you make a move, but now, you want to help this trash. It doesn't make sense. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, not only did the people in the stands suck in a breath of cold air, even Empress Lan Machen's face darkened. That kid is looking for death. How dare he talk back to young Master D. Machen? Does he really think that he's invincible just because he defeated Bloodrobes? In front of young Master D. Machen, he's nothing. That's right, that's arrogant. But I think what he said makes sense. Nonsense. In the mystic world, power is the law. Strength is the law. Empress Lan Machen took a deep breath. He decided to maintain his selfless appearance. That's different. Your fifth senior brother's talent and strength are average. I don't need to make a move. But Bloodrobes is a genius. He'll be of great help to the future of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Empress Lan Machen said slowly. In fact, he really wanted to kill this guy who dared to defy him. But as the young master, he endured it. Of course, the more important reason was that he felt the terrifying aura from Sword 18. If he attacked Ling Xiao, Sword 18 would definitely attack him. He was no match for Sword 18 now. If that's the case, then you don't need to save Bloodrobes. Other than his martial soul, he's not on the same level as my fifth senior brother. He's just a piece of trash. Are you really going to give up your dignity for him? Give up fairness? Give up the rules set by the Demon Lord? Ling Xiao said coldly. You don't have to use the Demon Lord to pressure me. Since the Demon Lord gave me full authority to handle the Black Tortoise Seal contest, then everything I do is reasonable. Empress Lan Machen was really angry. He felt that this Ling Xiao didn't know what was good for him. So you're going to protect that piece of trash? Ling Xiao asked. So what if I am? Could it be that you think you can kill him in front of me? Empress Lan Machen said coldly. What if I can? Will the young master forgive me for my disrespect? Ling Xiao laughed. Ha 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 ha. Forgive? Of course, no problem. If you can kill him in front of me, then your disrespect to me today will be written off. Empress Lan Machen felt that the young man in front of him was really arrogant. Who was he? Did this guy really think he could kill the person he wanted to protect in front of him? Thank you, young master. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smug smile. Then, he stretched out his right hand, attracting everyone's attention to his right hand. But in fact, what he really wanted to use was his foot. Earth Demon's secret technique. Earth Rending Body. This set of Earth Fiend's secret technique was something he had obtained by a stroke of luck. The good thing about this technique was that it had no grade. It would continue to increase in power as Ling Xiao's cultivation level increased. It would continue until he reached the 18th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. Now, the Earth-Rending Body's power was no less than a beginner general level martial art. A terrifying explosion sounded behind the Demon Dragon avatar. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted from Ling Xiao's right hand to where the explosion occurred, including Empress Lan Machen. There, Shui had been blown to pieces. Under the torture of the Demon Dragon Blood Curse and the Bloodthirsty Plague, Shui was already at his limit. In addition, this terrifying attack was no less than a beginner general level martial art. Naturally, he could not withstand it. His entire body was blown to pieces. It was a tragic sight. No. Seeing such a scene, Earth Demon General was the first to let out a sorrowful roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was so furious that he seemed to have gone mad. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Damn brat. Earth Demon General continued to release his terrifying aura, scaring the surrounding Earth Demon Mansion disciples into running to the side. This murderous aura was too terrifying. They had never realized that their master could be so terrifying. Young master, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Ling Xiao chuckled and looked at Empress Lan Machen, who was on the spectator stand. He knew that Empress Lan Machen was about to explode in anger, but so what? If he admitted defeat and let Shui go, he would die of frustration. Moreover, he had seriously injured the Demon Lord's daughter, Lan Ruo. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Sooner or later, he would become the Demon Lord's enemy. There was nothing to worry about breaking ties with Empress Lan Machen. He did not expect to cultivate in the Demon Lord Mansion anyway. Chapter 3051. Of course, I'll fulfill my promise. Although Lan Di Machen was infuriated, she looked calm on the surface. She glanced at Earth Demon General and said, In the arena, life and death don't matter. Retreat. Although Earth Demon General was furious, under Empress Lan's cold stare, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was so scared that he did not dare to make a sound. Seeing that Earth Demon General was silent, Empress Lan looked at Ling Xiao again. "You're good. Very good." With that, the demonic dragon avatar flashed and disappeared from the arena. Others might not have noticed, but Ling Xiao did. Before Empress Lan's demonic dragon avatar left, she gave Lin Chuang something. It looked like a pill. Ling Xiao immediately guessed the possibility. Lin Chuang's cultivation had reached the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang First Transformation. As long as there was some external stimulation, he would break through. Although the breakthrough from the stimulation of pills was not that stable, there was no doubt that it would greatly increase his combat strength. In the end, Ling Xiao had completely offended Empress Lan. Empress Lan could not do it herself, so she used this method to let Lin Chuang kill Ling Xiao for her. Lin Chuang might not be Ling Xiao's opponent now, but once he broke through, it would be different. The moment Lin Chuang swallowed the pill, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Above his head, the door to the 17th level of Hell opened. This breakthrough attracted everyone's attention. He broke through? He broke through at such a crucial time. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, let's see if you'll die. The Heavenly Demon General was ecstatic. Earth Demon General's anger also turned into ecstasy. He could not do anything, but as long as Lin Chuang could kill Ling Xiao, it would be enough. At this time, Chen Luo had also returned to the arena. Looking at his expression, Fengjin Mountain was probably hopeless. But at this moment, seeing Lin Chuang break through, his expression became happy again. "Oh no, Master. Ling Xiao is in trouble." Wine Demon Mansion's second senior brother looked at Sword 18. Lin Chuang wasn't a match for Ling Xiao before, but now that he's broken through, not even Ling Xiao, Sakura, or fourth junior brother would be able to defeat him. Master is also puzzled. That Lin Chuang was clearly still some distance away from breaking through. How did he suddenly break through? Sword 18 frowned. "Ling Xiao," he said, "don't be careless. Join forces with Luo Ying and your fourth brother." "Don't worry, Master." Although Ling Xiao was surprised to see Lin Chuang break through, he was overjoyed. He needed an opponent like this. Only an opponent like this could allow him to completely break through his shackles. He was already at the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm. If Lin Chuang was strong enough, he would definitely be able to fully stimulate the demonic dragon's power in his body. Coupled with the released potential, he would not be far from breaking through. Sword 18 stared blankly for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Ling Xiao's temper was really stubborn. Forget it. Maybe he really has a way to deal with it. After some thought, Sword 18 said no more. In any case, if Ling Xiao's life was in danger, even if it meant breaking the rules, he would still save him. Ling Xiao couldn't die. It would be too much of a pity if such a genius died. I just thought Ling Xiao had a chance of defeating Lin Chuang. Who would have thought Lin Chuang would break through so quickly? Yeah, the difference between the 17th layer and the 16th is like the difference between heaven and earth. Ling Xiao has no way of winning. He killed blood-stained robes, so Lin Chuang will definitely kill him. Lin Chuang's hatred for him isn't small. In the spectator stands, the sound of discussion rang out again. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would definitely win the championship. But Lin Chuang's breakthrough was the turning point of this showdown. "Kid, you're really unlucky." Lin Chuang revealed a sinister smile. "To be honest, I'm really surprised that you could defeat bloodstained robes. I used to wonder if I was a match for you. But now, everything has changed. From the moment I broke through, you're no longer a match for me. Don't worry, I won't underestimate you. I'll use all my strength to kill you. Take it as revenge for my junior brother Fang Feiyun and my friend Fengjian Shan." The moment he spoke, Lin Chuang entered the Beast Soul transformation state again. He was like a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking down at Ling Xiao. But he was more powerful than before. The combat power of the 17th layer of the Yin-Yang realm in the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm was indeed incomparable to that of the peak of the 16th layer. Hee, interesting, really interesting. It seems that it won't be easy for me to get the Black Tortoise seal. Facing the transformed Lin Chuang, Ling Xiao didn't show any fear. Instead, His whole body was trembling with excitement. His body quickly entered the beast soul transformation state. 9 Snake General Beast Soul Transformation. The reason why he chose to use the 9 Snake General Beast Soul Transformation was, of course, to better use the poison of the 9 Snake General Beast Soul Transformation to weaken his opponent. Without knowing his opponent's combat power, he didn't want to go head-to-head with him. Relying on the 9 Snake General to weaken his opponent and observe his opponent at the same time, it would be easier to formulate a battle strategy. Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother didn't participate in the battle. Almost everyone knew that the battle between Ling Xiao and Lin Shuang should be the final battle of the Black Tortoise Seal contest. Whoever won would get the Black Tortoise Seal. Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother couldn't pose a threat to them. These two were too strong. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. Almost everyone thought that the final battle would be between Lin Shuang and Shui. But Ling Xiao, the Dark Horse, had made it all the way to this point. He even killed Shui and became the focus of everyone's attention. After completing the Beast Soul transformation, both of them exuded a terrifying demonic aura and bestial nature. The Beast Soul transformation not only brought an increase in strength, but also an increase in killing intent. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye to observe Lin Shuang. He came to a conclusion. Although Lin Shuang's cultivation was the same as Devil General Chen Luo's, there was still a difference in combat power. Lin Shuang had broken through with the stimulation of medicine, and he had just broken through. Devil General Chen Luo had broken through with his own ability, and it had been nearly a month. Therefore, Lin Shuang's combat power was definitely inferior to Devil General Chen Luo's. If Ling Xiao couldn't even defeat Lin Shuang, how could he deal with Devil General Chen Luo? Wouldn't that be a joke? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Lin Shuang because he had too many trump cards. The general-level martial arts, mysterious flame sword technique, golden phoenix transformation, imperial celestial dragon physique. There were also divine abilities, earth elemental golden light technique, bloodthirsty plague, bloody rat demon, and life backtrack. Of course, in order to save the 5th senior brother, he had used life backtrack. Only a little more than an hour had passed. There was still a lot of time before he could use it again, but it didn't affect anything. Chapter 3052. In addition to his general-grade martial techniques and other trump cards, Ling Xiao also had the Tyrant Sky Martial Soul, the Butterfly Lady, and the power of a Yuan Venerate. Of course, he didn't need these to deal with Lin Shuang. This was only the reason why he had the confidence to do so. The audience didn't know that Ling Xiao had so many trump cards. In their opinion, Ling Xiao had already displayed his full strength. The Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, the Beast Soul Transformation, and the Premium Emperor Weapon, the Demon Dragon Sword. He also had the Elementary General Grade Martial Technique, the Mysterious Flame Sword Art. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be hiding anything. Are you ready to die? After Lin Shuang finished his transformation, his terrifying aura had already reached its peak. He wanted to use the most gorgeous method and the most direct move to kill Ling Xiao in a single strike. Only then would he be able to display his strength. The last person who said that was Shui. You saw what happened to him. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. You have a death wish. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Shuang suddenly launched an attack. Although the Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul's advantage wasn't speed, Lin Shuang had obviously cultivated some special movement technique that allowed him to move very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Then, his sharp claws swiped at Ling Xiao's head. He was prepared to kill him in one strike. Your speed has indeed increased a lot because of your breakthrough in cultivation. However, you still can't compare to me. Earth Golden Light Technique. Ling Xiao executed his fastest mystique and appeared behind Lin Shuang. Then, 9 snake heads popped out. 9 snake poison domain. In an instant, almost the entire arena was filled with all sorts of poisons. Only an empty space appeared where Jin Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother were. Ling Xiao's control of the 9 snake poison domain was really impressive and precise. It's useless. I am immune to all poisons when I am in my beast soul transformation. Lin Shuang roared angrily and turned back to attack Ling Xiao. However, It seemed like he wanted to show off his strength, so he deliberately didn't reveal all of his skills. Perhaps this movement technique had already been cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, but he had been using the small accomplishment stage to deal with Ling Xiao. He was still looking down on Ling Xiao. After all, Lin Chuang had become a little arrogant after his breakthrough. Although he said that he wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao, he still didn't take Ling Xiao seriously in battle. Lin Chuang, oh Lin Chuang, you should know that you have to pay the price for underestimating me. Golden Phoenix Avatar. Suddenly, a golden light appeared behind Lin Chuang. It was as if a golden phoenix had descended upon the world. Then, Lin Chuang felt a dense killing intent coming from behind him. He was so frightened that he hurriedly activated his movement technique and increased it to the greater mastery stage to dodge. But even so, he was still hit in the ribs by Ling Xiao's golden phoenix incarnation, causing him to scream in pain. It's actually the golden phoenix incarnation. Empress Lan Meichen suddenly stood up. How does he know the unique skill of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace? Young master, could it be that the kid has cultivated the Golden Phoenix incarnation that corresponds to your demonic dragon incarnation? That's a mid-level general-level martial art. How could this kid cultivate 3 different general-level martial arts at the same time in such a short time? Isn't his talent too abnormal? The Dragon Demon King was already surprised enough to know that Ling Xiao knew the Imperial Celestial Dragon form. Now that he saw Ling Xiao use the Golden Phoenix incarnation, he couldn't stay calm at all. Could he be a spy sent to our demonic dragon sword court by the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace? The Dragon Demon King asked. That can't be. If that's the case, this kid wouldn't have exposed the Golden Phoenix incarnation. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's continue watching the battle. Although Empress Lan Meichen had a lot of doubts in her heart, she couldn't say anything at the moment. After the Black Tortoise Seal battle was over, she would interrogate Ling Xiao properly. Roar. Lin Chuang let out the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was earth-shattering. He was furious. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao. This was simply intolerable. I have a general-level martial art too. As he roared, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. General-level martial art. Tyrannosaurus Rex assemble. Following Lin Chuang's roar, Ling Xiao noticed that countless Tyrannosaurus Rex phantoms appeared in the arena. The entire arena was completely filled up. His attack was clearly a large-scale attack. In such a narrow space, even Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother would be affected. Senior sister, senior brother, you can leave now. I'll take care of Lin Chuang, so it won't affect your ranking. Ling Xiao now had to face Lin Chuang with all his might. He had no time to protect Jian Luoying and the Wine Demon Residence's 4th senior brother, so it was best for them to leave the arena. The two of them hesitated for a moment before walking out of the arena one by one. They knew very well that even if they stayed here, they wouldn't be able to help Ling Xiao. Instead, they would become a burden to Ling Xiao. Without anything to worry about, Ling Xiao's confidence was boosted. Kill. At Lin Chuang's command, the seemingly endless Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out. In the arena, smoke and dust rose, blocking everyone's vision. Many people couldn't even see Ling Xiao's shadow. He was completely drowned in the Tyrannosaurus Rex horde. Ha ha ha, now you know fear? Do you really think you're the only one who knows a general-level martial art? Not only does this move have a large attack range, but it's also not weak. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. Seeing Ling Xiao drown in the Tyrannosaurus Rex horde, Lin Chuang burst into laughter. Father, how is Ling Xiao? Jian Luoying asked Sword 18 worriedly. His aura is weakening. Sword 18 frowned. No, although he's strong, his cultivation is much weaker than Lin Chuang's. I have to go save him. Uncle Jian, you can't break the rules. Just as Sword 18 was about to make his move, Empress Lan Meichen stepped forward. Then, the other 13 demon generals all stepped forward, blocking Sword 18's path. They naturally felt Ling Xiao's aura weakening and knew that Ling Xiao was about to die. There was no way they would let Sword 18 intervene. Get out of my way. Sword 18 faced the 13 demon generals and Empress Lan Meichen. He was still as domineering as ever. That won't do. Empress Lan Meichen shook her head. You have to do it whether you want to or not. Sword 18 didn't waste any more words. He drew his sword and a ray of sword light shot out like a waterfall. It was just one move. Other than Empress Lan Mei Chun, the other 13 demon generals were all sent flying. As for Empress Lan Mei Chun, there was blood seeping out of the corner of her mouth. She was clearly injured, and her injuries weren't light. Uncle Jian, even if you kill me today, I won't back down. The rules are the rules. Empress Lan Mei Chun said coldly. Rules? Do you really think I don't know anything? That Lin Chuang's sudden breakthrough, wasn't it because you gave him a pill? Although Sword 18 didn't see it, he could guess. Chapter 3053. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Sword 18 could feel that Ling Zhao's aura was still weakening. He could not waste any more time. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly made a move. Empress Lan was shocked. Sword 18's previous move was just to force them to retreat, but this move was really meant to kill him. Therefore, he could not block it at all. He had no choice but to dodge. Master, there's no need to be so nervous. At this moment, Ling Zhao's voice suddenly came from the arena. There was a hint of a smile in his relaxed tone. What? Everyone in the audience was stunned at this moment. They clearly felt that Ling Zhao's aura was getting weaker and weaker just now. How did it suddenly become so strong? Could it be that the situation just now was all an act? Just as they were extremely shocked, Ling Zhao's figure had already scurried out of the endless T-Rex shadows. His transformation had changed. It was no longer the nine-snake General Beast Soul transformation, but the strongest unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation. The pair of black flesh wings on his back was so ferocious and terrifying. The moment he appeared, he was already less than 3 meters away from Lin Chuang. Do you really think that stupid move of yours can hurt me? Don't you know that the bigger the range of a move, the less damage it does to an individual? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Chuang with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, the reason he was able to escape was not just because of that. Lin Chuang's attack was still very powerful. He was indeed beaten up badly just now. However, the pain was accompanied by pleasure, because this move had greatly increased the energy in his cultivation C. The constantly surging T-Rex shadows had directly increased the energy in his cultivation C from 0 to 100%. This 100% energy in his cultivation C was the complete transformation of the demonic dragon's energy. It was the release and fusion of a large amount of potential. There was also the medicinal effect of 10 Millennium Lingji pills. The 3 types of energy merged into one, creating an instant surge in his strength. 100% energy in his cultivation C could increase his combat strength by 10 times. On top of that, he also had the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation, as well as the first level of the Bloody Rat Devil Beast Soul transformation, which doubled his strength. As a result, even if Lin Chuang were to unleash his full power, he would still be fearless, let alone a group of Tyrannosauruses. The reason why his aura was getting weaker and weaker was purely to numb Lin Chuang. In order to focus more on using this external force to stimulate his cultivation, he had put in a lot of effort. However, he didn't expect to trick Sword 18 as well. In order to save him, Sword 18 fought with Empress Lan Mei Chun. He couldn't help but feel a little touched. Walking the Jianghu, one might meet a lot of good people, but people like Sword 18, who would risk his life for you, were few and far between. If he met such a person, he had to cherish him. He had to cherish him. Impossible. How could this be? How can you block my attack? This was already Lin Chuang's strongest attack. Although he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his martial skills were still stuck at the same level as before. Even his strongest attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao. His heart turned cold in that instant. He was completely flustered. At this time, Empress Lan Mei Chun was being watched by Sword 18, so it was impossible for her to help Lin Chuang. The people from Sky Demon Mansion, Earth Demon Mansion, and the 13 Demon Generals' manors who were still cheering there were now completely listless. On the other hand, the martial artists from Wine Demon Mansion, who were originally worried, let out excited cheers. If Lin Chuang's strongest attack couldn't finish off Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would definitely win. Die. Exotic Flame Sword Art's final move, Exotic Flame Sword Demon. Exotic flame sword art had a total of 3 moves, and Ling Xiao had learned all of them. Even the third move, Exotic Flame Sword Demon, had been comprehended to the realm of great success. Its power was unparalleled. The demon dragon sword in his hand burned with blazing exotic flame. A sword demon pounced out of the sword and pounced on Lin Chuang. The whole place was dead silent. The Sky Demon General wanted to save Lin Chuang, but the hidden injury from Sword 18's attack just now made him unable to circulate his internal force. Sword 18 was too powerful. The 13 demon generals added together were not as terrifying as him. Everyone just looked on helplessly as Lin Chuang was cleaved into 2 by Ling Xiao's sword. Lin Chuang's body gradually returned to its original state, and all the T-Rex shadows disappeared, leaving behind a corpse burning with black flames. Senior Lan Hai, are you still not going to announce the result? Ling Xiao looked up at Lan Hai and asked. Oh, Lan Hai was still in a daze. He never expected such an outcome. Even though Lin Chuang had a breakthrough in his cultivation with Empress Lan Meichen's elixir, he was still defeated by Ling Xiao without any suspense. He was defeated so easily. Ling Xiao, this kid, was a little too strong. This guy was not a genius, but a peerless genius. He was probably even more outstanding than his younger brother, Empress Lan Meichen. Final ranking: Ling Xiao first, Sword Sakura second, Lin Dong third. Lin Dong was the name of the Wine Demon Mansion's 4th senior. Since Lin Chuang was dead, the top 3 could only be the 3 of them. When the announcement was made, the whole place was still dead silent. Everyone stared at the green-robed youth in the arena. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already stopped his beast soul transformation and returned to his original state. His face was filled with a happy smile. Some people gnashed their teeth in hatred. Some people were proud of him. Some people were shocked by his performance. But without exception, everyone present knew that this young man had suddenly risen into the sky like a comet and appeared in front of everyone. From a nameless warrior of a small country, he had become a genius disciple of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. If he continued to be trained, he would definitely become more outstanding than Empress Lan Meichen in the future. Many female martial artists had already turned into love-struck fools. Their eyes were filled with heart-shaped shapes. Looking at Ling Xiao, they were overflowing with love. Jin Luoying's beautiful eyes were also filled with happiness. That was her junior. She had also given great help to her junior in the process of his rise. So she was extremely proud. Another miracle was born. Another record was broken. When Empress Lan Meichen stood out in the Black Tortoiseel contest, she was already 18 years old. Moreover, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 17th level of hell. And today, Ling Xiao had won this battle at an even younger age and with an even lower cultivation. Empress Lan Meichen's expression was ugly. He was not a narrow-minded person, but as the son of the Devil Lord, his record had been broken by a nameless kid time and time again. He did not feel good about it. What's more, Ling Xiao's previous rebuttal had put him in a bad mood. How could he bless Ling Xiao? But still, applause rang out. Even if Empress Lan Meichen was unwilling, many people were still full of expectations and admiration for such a young genius. Chapter 3054. If everything continued to develop quietly, Ling Xiao would really stay in the Demon Dragon Sword Court for a long time. Perhaps during this period, he would continue to make contributions to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. However, there were some things that would never develop according to Ling Xiao's wishes. After the Black Tortoiseel battle ended, Empress Lan Meichen presided over the awards. When only Ling Xiao was left, a terrifying aura appeared on the 5th floor of the 9-story demon tower. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the owner of the terrifying aura. The Demon Lord has arrived. Empress Lan Meichen was the first to recognize the familiar aura, so she hurriedly bowed and said loudly, "Welcome, Demon Lord." The others, except for Sword 18, all knelt down. Ling Xiao also politely knelt on one knee. No matter what, he was still a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. When he saw the Demon Lord, he naturally had to know etiquette. A woman? Seeing this Demon Lord, Ling Xiao was stunned. The Demon Lord was actually a woman. He always thought it was a man. A woman was actually so domineering that she could become the sect master of one of the two major sects of the Sword Dynasty. This was enough to show how terrifying her strength was. Get up. The demon lord's face was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Ling Xiao and the others stood up together. You are Ling Xiao, right? The demon lord came in front of Ling Xiao and asked with a smile. Others might not be able to judge the meaning of this smile, but Ling Xiao understood at that moment. This guy should be suspecting him, but there was no conclusive evidence. He smiled and cupped his hands. Reporting to the demon lord, this disciple is Ling Xiao. Very good. Here are the rewards. Take them. The demon lord waved her hand, and the rewards for the champion flew to Ling Xiao. A black tortoise seal. 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and directly put it into the storage ring. Then he looked at the demon lord and said, Thank you for the reward, demon lord. Aren't you going to tell me something? The devil lord looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, completely unable to guess what she was thinking at this moment. Disciple does not understand what devil lord means. At this time, Ling Xiao naturally had to feign ignorance. If he could avoid confronting the demon lord head-on, that was naturally the best choice. After all, with his current cultivation, there was no way he could fight against them. He didn't want to cause trouble for the 18th sword. Demon Master Lan Mei released a terrifying aura. This aura made the surrounding martial artists all tremble with fear, kneeling down again one after another. Even Empress Lan Meichen could not withstand her mother's authority. But Ling Xiao stood there without moving. Perhaps it was because he possessed the tyrannical martial spirit. Or perhaps it was because he had even killed the experts of the Eternal Palace. This demon master Lan Mimi was no longer that scary in his eyes. This was the same principle as how one would not be easily shocked by a beautiful woman after seeing so many beautiful women. You still dare to feign ignorance in front of me. Do you really think I don't know what you've done? Lan Mei said coldly, the Ling Xiao on the bounty list is actually you, right? Do you think that others won't be able to find traces of you just because you've changed your appearance? You're too ostentatious. You killed the city lord of Ming City and Ming City, and even fought with Wu Qing and defeated him. You can hide other things, but that frivolous and arrogant aura, you can't hide it no matter what. My daughter Lan Ruo was also harmed by you, right? Hearing the devil lord's words, everyone present was stunned. Especially those who had experienced the great battle of Ming City. Only now did they realize. It turned out that the Ling Xiao with a bounty of 2 million mid-grade spirit stones on the bounty list was the Ling Xiao in front of them. This guy was too bold. He clearly had a bounty on him, but he still dared to come to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Didn't he know that the Demon Dragon Sword Court had also joined the Heavenly Sword Hall? Hee. So just because you're frivolous, domineering, arrogant, and have the same name, you're the same person? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Ling Xiao sneered and refused to admit it. This kind of thing couldn't be admitted. Devil Lord Lan Mei only suspected that if he admitted it, it wouldn't just be admitting that he had dealt with Lan Ruo. It would be very troublesome if he admitted that he was Ling Xiao on the bounty list. So he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. What a Ling Xiao. You're really bold. In front of me, you can still be so calm. Do you really think that the 18th sword can save you? 100 years ago, he might have been stronger than me. But 100 years have passed, and he's already very far from me. Devil Lord Lan Mei looked at Ling Xiao and didn't rush to make a move. Although her daughter Lan Ruo didn't die, she could only live in a nutrient solution because she had lost her physical body. She also wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of the pain of losing his physical body. However, she was the Devil Lord of the Devil Dragon Sword Court after all. She still had to maintain her dignity. Even if it was just for show, she had to show that she was fair and just. She wanted Ling Xiao to admit his crime personally. Jin Luoying and the people of the Wine Demon residence were the most nervous at this time. If Ling Xiao was really the one who had seriously injured Lan Ruo, and if he was really that Ling Xiao on the bounty list, then it would really be difficult to escape today. Father! Jin Luoying looked at the 18th sword and shouted nervously. Don't worry, my good daughter. When it's time to make a move, Father will naturally make a move. The 18th sword's expression was still calm, because he already knew about this. He knew that he still dared to leave Ling Xiao in the Wine Demon residence because he had enough confidence to protect Ling Xiao. Compared to the people of the Wine Demon residence who were worried, the people of the Sky Demon residence, Earth Demon residence, and the 13 Demon Generals residence who hated Ling Xiao were all cheering in their hearts at this time. To them, this was great news. Ling Xiao had killed Lin Chuang, Xue Yi, Fang Feiyun, Lin Feiyong, and Lin Xian. He had also indirectly caused the death of Fengjian Mountain. As for Ling Xiao, the Sky Demon General, the Earth Demon General, and Chen Luo couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. Lan Ruo was the Demon Lord's most beloved daughter. Although her strength wasn't that great, for the Demon Lord who was protective of his children, just this point alone was enough to take Ling Xiao's life. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was a wanted criminal on the bounty list. The Devil Dragon Sword Court couldn't let him go. Please forgive this disciple, but I really don't understand what the Demon Lord means. Could it be that the Demon Lord of the Devil Dragon Sword Court wants to frame a disciple who just won the Black Tortoise Seal contest? I admit that I have offended many people, and they all want me dead. If the Demon Lord wants to kill me because of them, I have nothing to say. However, you can't just randomly accuse me of a crime. Otherwise, if word gets out, I will become the laughing stock of the world. You have a glib tongue, Lan Meima said coldly as she looked at Ling Xiao. Demon Lord, you flatter me. This disciple is just speaking the truth. Could it be that you hate me so much because I chose the Wine Demon residence and not the Demon Lord residence? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. His words had hit the nail on the head. Lan Ruo wasn't dead, and Lan Meima wasn't obsessed with revenge. Chapter 3055. Under the double wrath, Demon Master Lan Mimi used Lan Ruo's matter and the bounty list to pressure Ling Xiao. So much so that she couldn't even find any evidence. She thought that she could force Ling Xiao to admit to his crimes with her powerful aura and power. But she was wrong. Ling Xiao was more difficult to deal with than she thought. He was not afraid of her threats at all. This was not going to be easy. Mother, it's better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go. At this time, Emperor Lan Meichen spoke. He was angered by Ling Xiao and wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. This opportunity came at the right time. If it's not convenient for you to do it, then let your son do it. Even if you kill the wrong person, your son will bear the infamy alone. His mother Lan Mimi was the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court and needed a good reputation. But he did not need it. Demon Master, if we let this person go, he will definitely become a great threat to our Demon Dragon Sword Court. At this time, the Sky Demon General also stood out and said, although I hate him, I have to admit that this person's talent is amazing. If we keep him like this, it will definitely be like raising a tiger. In the future, he will definitely become a great enemy of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Demon Master, let us deal with this dirty person. We have a good reason to kill him. At this time, the 13th Demon General Chen Luo also stood out. It was not easy for the Demon Master to do it. If Emperor Lan Meichen did it, it would inevitably affect the Demon Dragon Sword Court's reputation. But it didn't matter to him and the Sky Demon General because they were not surnamed Lan. Alright, I'll give you 30 seconds to kill him. Demon Master Lan Meichen only wanted Ling Xiao dead. It didn't matter who did it. Moreover, she still needed to keep an eye on the 18th blade. Although she said that Sword 18 was no longer a match for her, she wasn't sure about the specifics of the situation. After all, she had never fought the 18th blade since 100 years ago. Thank you, Demon Master. Hearing Lan Meichen's answer, the Sky Demon General and Chen Luo were extremely excited. Is there any problem with me joining in? The Earth Demon General also stepped forward. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die because Ling Xiao had killed Xue Yi, which made him very displeased. Moreover, now was the time to beat a drowning dog, so he naturally wanted to bask in the glory. Ling Xiao just stood there indifferently, looking at the 3 demon generals. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Do you want to die? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. No one knew why Ling Xiao was so confident. Facing 3 demon generals, he still dared to say such words. Father. Jin Luoying glanced at Sword 18. In fact, there was no need for him to look. Sword 18 had already rushed out. However, he was quickly stopped by Devil Orchid. Beautiful demon, let him go. I can agree to any of your requests. Jin 18 was very clear that his strength was at most on par with Lan Meima. If Lan Mimi blocked him, he really wouldn't be able to save Ling Xiao. Impossible. He almost killed my daughter. If it were you, would you let him go? Lan Meima sneered. Looks like you have high hopes for him. But it's no use. No matter how talented he is, he won't have any chance of survival against those three. Jin 18 didn't waste any more words. He knew that only by defeating Lan Meima could he save Ling Xiao. Since negotiations had broken down, there was nothing more to say. Just fight. He only hoped that Ling Xiao could hold on until he defeated Lan Meima. Be careful. He has the Golden Crow Talisman. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry to attack Ling Xiao because he was very wary of the talisman on Ling Xiao. That's right. Once the Golden Crow Talisman is used, any martial artist below the peak of the 17th level of Hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang will have no chance of survival. The Heavenly Demon General was also very cautious. His cultivation was at the peak of the 17th level of Hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang. Earth Demon General's cultivation was on par with his. Chen Luo's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 17th level of Hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang. But in front of the Golden Crow Talisman, as long as one's cultivation hadn't broken through to the 18th level of Hell in the first cycle of Yin Yang, there was no difference. They knew that this was Ling Xiao's confidence. Ling Xiao dared to fight them head-on. He only has one Golden Crow Talisman, and it won't be easy to aim it at us. Just be careful. Earth Demon General knew how terrifying the Golden Crow Talisman was. But if the three Demon Generals couldn't even hold Ling Xiao back, then it would be too embarrassing if word got out. Lan Meima, if you want to kill me, I'll make your Demon Dragon Sword Court suffer heavy losses. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Devil Master Lan Meima, who was fighting with Sword 18. I'm no match for you, but killing a few Demon Generals isn't a problem. Moreover, don't forget that those participating in the Black Tortoiseel contest this time are all geniuses other than the Devil Master's mansion. If I were to annihilate all of them, I'm afraid your Devil Dragon Sword Court would suffer a great loss, right? Ling Xiao used the Golden Crow Talisman to intimidate the three Demon Generals and had the right to negotiate. Other than the Wine Demon Manor, everyone else wanted his life. That was fine. Today, he would once again be the executioner. He would kill everyone who wanted to kill him. He entered the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation state again. The power of the Sky Dragon, White Tiger, and Godly Phoenix poured into his body at the same time. At the same time, he released the first level of the Bloody Rat's power. Behind him, 6 phantoms appeared: General Nine Snake, Purple Lightning Bull, Three-Headed Lava Hound, Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon, Black Striped Flying Tiger, and Jade Rabbit. Among them, General Nine Snake and Purple Lightning Bull Beast Souls could increase his combat strength. As for the rest of the Beast Souls, they were too low in quality and could no longer increase his fighting strength. He had summoned them because he wanted to use their special abilities. As for the Undying Bird Beast Soul, he didn't want to use it for the time being. He didn't want to expose his identity as Ling Xiao, who was on the bounty list. What kind of monster is this guy? How can he have so many martial souls? This scene really scared everyone out of their wits. They had never seen Ling Xiao fight at full strength before. Today, apart from the Tyrant Sky Martial Soul, the Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, and Little Gold, Ling Xiao had basically used all the martial souls he could use. It was really a little scary. However, this wasn't the end. Wind Array, activate. This array increased speed and agility. Metal Array, activate. This array mainly increased attack power, but it also increased defense power. Earth Array, activate. This array greatly increased defense and attack power. Wood Array, activate. This array greatly increased recovery power. Ling Xiao used 4 array formations in one go and consumed a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. However, it was worth it. The enemy he was going to face today was too strong. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give it his all. Stop him. They sensed the terrifying aura released by Ling Xiao's body. Chapter 3056. Lan Mimi was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but the others had to be. Following Lan Mimi's roar, the Sky Demon General, the Earth Demon General, and Chen Luo charged towards Ling Xiao. They had no choice. Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao's Golden Crow Talisman, they had to listen to Lan Mimi's orders. After all, they were the ones who proposed to deal with Ling Xiao. They thought that Ling Xiao's greatest trump card was the Golden Crow Talisman, so they did not dare to use it easily. But Ling Xiao used it without hesitation. The Golden Crow Talisman exploded in the air. The cunning Heavenly Demon General managed to escape because he suddenly stopped halfway and fled in the opposite direction. The poor Earth Demon General and Demon General Chen Luo were too simple-minded. They actually plunged into the terrifying power of the Golden Crow Talisman and were instantly burned to ashes. Then, the soaring heat was absorbed by Little Gold, who had been cultivating in the Beast Ring. Little Gold had been cultivating in the Beast Ring these days because Ling Xiao did not want it to be exposed for the time being. Last time, it swallowed all the heat from the Golden Crow Talisman, which directly increased its strength to the peak of the 17th level of Hell. This time, it absorbed the heat from the Golden Crow Talisman again. Then, with the help of the 1,000-year fire snake pill that Ling Xiao refined from the 1,000-year fire snake grass, it actually allowed Little Gold to break through its shackles and enter the early stage of the 18th level of Hell. Of course, these were all things that happened in the Beast Ring. The people outside did not know. Only Ling Xiao himself knew about Little Gold's changes. The stronger Little Gold was, the more helpful it would be for his escape today. Brat, without the Golden Crow Talisman, let's see what confidence you have left to fight us. Go, everyone, go. The Sky Demon General roared, and all the warriors of the Sky Demon Residence charged towards Ling Xiao. The warriors of the Earth Demon Residence and the 13 Demon General Residences also wanted to avenge their Demon General. They roared and charged forward. They thought that without the Golden Crow Talisman, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to deal with them. But they obviously underestimated Ling Xiao. 9 Snake General, 9 Snake Poison Domain. Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Black Striped Flying Tiger, Tiger Roar. Lava Cerberus, Scorching Hell. Purple Lightning Bull, Earthquakes. The special skills of these special beast souls didn't cost anything. Therefore, it did not matter how Ling Xiao unleashed it. The poisonous gas that permeated the entire 5th floor of the 9-story Demon Pagoda instantly caused countless martial artists to turn purple and fall to the ground. After all, not everyone was like Lin Chuang, who had the ability to be immune to poison. In the face of most enemies, using poison was actually a very good method. After the deadly poison, there were even more terrifying fire snakes and hellhounds that were crazily biting the enemies that were pouncing on Ling Xiao. Tiger's Roar and Earthquake could both stun the enemy and stop their movements. This made it impossible for them to avoid the attacks of the poison and flames. When wounds appeared on many people's bodies, the terrifying effect of the Devil Dragon Blood Curse was revealed. Many Devil Dragon Sword Court martial artists fell to the ground, crazily clutching their heads and screaming. Even Demon Master Lan Mimi, who was fighting with Sword 18, felt the effects of the Devil Dragon Blood Curse on her. Although to her, the effect was negligible. But in the blink of an eye, the Sky Demon Palace, Earth Demon Palace, and 13 Demon Generals' palaces had lost more than half of their people. Not only ordinary disciples, but also personal disciples who were not strong enough, and even personal guard disciples, deputy commanders, and commanders had died tragically. And all of this was just the beginning. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao didn't forget to add an even more spicy dish after the Devil Dragon Blood Curse. The Bloodthirsty Plague, even if only one person was infected, would instantly spread among the crowd. Although this thing's instantaneous lethality wasn't that terrifying, the continuous damage it brought was unbearable for everyone. But in the end, Ling Xiao's destruction was incomparable to the Golden Crow Divine Talisman. It was very difficult to kill martial artists at the 17th floor of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm with such an attack. You're courting death. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon General arrived. Ling Xiao could dodge, but he didn't. At this moment, he needed to take an attack, a powerful attack that wouldn't kill him instantly. The Heavenly Demon General's attack was just right. It was very powerful, and it wouldn't kill him with one slap. The terrifying attack directly hit Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have caved in. Blood spurted from his mouth. On the way back, Ling Xiao swallowed all the remaining 1,000-year Lingji pills. While his injuries were quickly recovering, he also felt his cultivation see explode at that moment. A gate of hell appeared above his head. F***CK. That kid actually broke through. He broke through at such a crucial moment. Early stage of the 17th floor of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. How can this be? The martial artists who were charging at Ling Xiao were all dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the peak of the 16th floor of hell in the Yin-Yang realm, they were already in a miserable state. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the 17th floor of hell, how could they fight? All martial artists below the heavenly demon general level retreat from the 5th floor. Lan Mimi ordered loudly. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao directly, but she was very surprised by Sword 18's strength. 100 years had passed, and she thought Sword 18 would be dispirited and weak. But she was wrong. Sword 18 showed no signs of weakening at all. Escape? If you don't let me go, don't even think about escaping. Even if I die today, you'll be buried with me. Boundary martial spirit. Ling Xiao finally used his boundary martial spirit. This martial spirit didn't help with attack or defense. It only had one characteristic, and that was to trap himself and the enemy in a space. Unless the enemy killed him, he wouldn't be able to leave. Lunatic. At this moment, Lan Mimi finally realized how troublesome this young man was. He wasn't strong, but he was so difficult to deal with. Other than her, no one else could take him down in an instant. Everyone, don't panic. 9 Demon Kings, think of a way to protect everyone. Demon Generals, attack with me and kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, Lan Meichen stepped forward. Although she wasn't confident that she could kill Ling Xiao in one blow, but if she joined forces with the remaining Demon Generals, the situation would be different. Kill. The encirclement of Ling Xiao began. However, Ling Xiao stood there with incomparable coldness in his eyes. Let me show you something even more fun. Bloodsucker Demon Rats, Level 3 Power, Full Release. Ling Xiao's voice rang out. On his body, the internal energy actually began to burn. Blood-red smoke enveloped his entire body. At this moment, any enemy who approached him would be burned and sent flying by the blood-red smoke. The power in Ling Xiao's body was rising crazily. At the same time, the skin on his body was constantly festering and shattering. Chapter 3057. Enduring the pain in his body, he felt the terrifying improvement brought by the 3rd level of the bloody rat. That feeling was both painful and happy. Ever since the sanguinary rats evolved, Ling Xiao had wanted to try out the power of the 3rd level of the sanguinary rats. After all, it would be easier for him to use it in the future if he understood it. 100-fold increase in strength. It was basically equivalent to Ling Xiao's strength skyrocketing from the early stage of the 17th level of hell to the peak of the 18th level of hell. What kind of concept was that? To put it simply, in the entire Demon Dragon Sword Court, except for Demon Master Lan Meima and Sword 18, no one was his match. It was that terrifying. Although this kind of almost heaven-defying ability had huge side effects, at the same time, the effect was also very obvious. Ling Xiao's skin had almost completely turned blood red. The pain in his body was almost tearing him apart. But it didn't matter. What kind of pain hadn't Ling Xiao experienced? What's going on? At this time, even Lan Meima and Sword 18, who were fighting, stopped in shock. They couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could increase his strength to such a terrifying level. Lan Meima was terrified, but Sword 18 was heartbroken, because he knew very well that the more powerful the supernatural power, the greater the burden it brought to the body. He didn't know what kind of pain Ling Xiao would have to endure. Ha 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 ha, Lan Meima, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Today, even if I die, I'll drag your sons and the many experts of your Demon Dragon Sword Court to the grave with me. Ling Xiao laughed crazily. He didn't want to admit defeat, even in front of Demon Master Lan Meima. He didn't hesitate to use the third level of the Bloody Rat's power at a huge price just to prove one point. No one could bully Ling Xiao. Whoever bullied him, he would make them pay a heavy price. No matter who it was. Everyone, don't be afraid. This must be some kind of illusion. It's just a bluff. Do you really believe that a martial artist at the early stage of the 17th level of hell can suddenly possess the combat strength of a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of hell? Emperor Lan Meichen said loudly. He was really good at comforting people. After everyone heard this, they believed it. After all, this kind of thing was a little too inconceivable. No matter how they thought about it, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to have a way to instantly increase his strength by so much. Kill. With the Heavenly Fiend General taking the lead, the other Fiend Generals rushed out at the same time, including the Fiend Lord's dozens of children. All of them pounced at Ling Xiao. They were trying to steal the credit. Whoever killed Ling Xiao would be equivalent to avenging Lan Ruo. In the future, in front of the Demon Lord, that person would definitely have a lot of face. However, no one had thought that doing so would result in death. Ling Xiao's eyes were still deep and cold. His blood-red body was no longer as powerful as it was before. However, all of his power had been restrained and integrated into his demonic dragon sword. Kill. Facing the approaching crowd, Ling Xiao's face was terrifyingly cold. He slowly raised the demon dragon sword in his hand. Then, the blood-red flames on the demon dragon sword soared. Streaks of blood-red sword chi formed around him. Mystical flame sword technique. Bloody rain wind. This was a variant move of the fire rain burst. It could only be used in the state of the Bloody Rat demon, and its power was much stronger than the fire rain burst. At that moment, all of the people attacking Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. They could say that Ling Xiao was bluffing, but that terrifying attack and those streaks of sword chi contained great lethality could not be fake. This kind of energy was completely above everyone except the Demon Lord and the 18th Blade. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Demon Lord Lan Mimi suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Idiot. Ling Xiao looked at Lan Mimi sarcastically, and the terrifying sword chi was released like a storm. It was really a bloody rain. When all of the sword chi broke through the air, those people standing in front of Ling Xiao were all turned into blood in an instant and scattered on the ground. The 13 demon generals of the Demon Dragon Sword Court were all killed by Ling Xiao in an instant, and Demon Lord Lan Mimi's more than 80 children were also completely killed at the same time, including Lan Hai and Lan Meichen. However, similar to Lan Ruo's situation, although Lan Meichen and Lan Hai's physical bodies were destroyed, there was a strange energy that shot into Lan Mimi's body. Then it disappeared. Of course, not many people saw this scene, because everyone was stunned. Everyone's face was filled with incomparable horror and disbelief. Dead. The demon generals were all dead, and all the disciples, commanders, and deputy commanders of the Sky Demon Residence, Earth Demon Residence, and the 13 demon generals' residences were all dead. The other demon generals' residences only had dead demon generals. They were really incomprehensible. Even if Ling Xiao really used some terrifying secret method to increase his strength, how could he be so strong? Those demon generals, the weakest one was at the late stage of the 17th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. They were all killed. If this matter was spread out, the entire Sword Dynasty would be shaken. No, it would definitely be shaken. This was because even the person ranked first on the bounty board would not be able to do this. In front of Devil Master Lan Mimi, he killed those devil generals, as well as over 80 of her children. Demon Lord Lan Mimi, see, these people were all killed by you. It's all your fault. Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Your bitch daughter was killed by me. I saved her life, but not only did she not know how to be grateful, she actually tried to kill me and steal my treasure, and even colluded with Ming City's City Lord's son, Bingli. The stupid thing she did that day was no different from what you did today. You think that because you are strong and powerful, you can look down on others. If you want others to die, they will die. If you want others to live, they will live. But you are wrong. Even if I, Ling Xiao, die, I will drag your Demon Dragon Sword Court down with me. Kill. As Ling Xiao spoke, he did not stay idle. The move that he had prepared was released again. This time, it was the people of the Demon Lord residence who were killed. Stop it! Demon Lord Lan Mimi also panicked. She desperately pounced over, trying to protect the people of the Demon Lord residence. However, her movements were still one step too slow. She had only saved 4 Demon Kings, including the other 5 Demon Kings, hundreds of Demon Lord residence's protectors, and countless core disciples. They were all destroyed in an instant. The only thing she was thankful for now was that there were still some disciples of the Demon Lord residence who were carrying out missions outside. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out today. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. You want me, Ling Xiao, to die. So I will let you lose more than you gain. Kill me? Come on, come and kill me. Chapter 3058. Lunatic. Lan Meima gritted her teeth. She couldn't understand Ling Xiao's existence. In the beginning, she guessed that Ling Xiao had hurt Lan Rua, although it was her daughter who repaid kindness with enmity first. However, she thought that she was the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao was just a personal disciple of the Wine Demon residence. She could deal with him easily. Therefore, she never thought that such a situation would occur. However, everything that was happening now was far beyond her imagination and control. This would definitely become a big event in the entire Sword Dynasty. It would definitely be spread by those who did intelligence. She and the Demon Dragon Sword Court were destined to be nailed on the pillar of shame. And this martial artist from a small country, whose real name was Ling Xiao, was the culprit of this big event. How could Lan Meima let Ling Xiao go? Thief, you're courting death. Beautiful devil, Lan roared. Her originally beautiful and enchanting face also became distorted. The Demon Dragon Sword Court's losses today were too heavy. Other than the 18th sword, all the demon generals were dead. 5 demon kings were dead. Her 100 children were basically all dead. The only thing she could save was their souls. That was because of her special martial soul. There were also the 100 protectors of the Demon Master residence, and almost all of them were core disciples. Such a price almost caused the Demon Master residence to lose half of its strength. Originally, they could still fight against the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, but now they couldn't. And all of this happened in front of the Demon Master, Lan Meima. Courting death? You've said this more than once. Ling Xiao still maintained the posture of an expert on the surface. However, only he knew that the 3rd level of the Bloody Devil Rat's power was too heavy a burden on his body. At this moment, his strength was constantly declining, and his body's condition was extremely poor. However, he knew that he couldn't show any abnormalities. He endured the terrible pain, which felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart, and kept himself in the Bloody Devil Rat state. He faced Demon Master Lan Meima directly. If you kill me today, I'll destroy the entire Demon Dragon Sword Court and make you a general without an army. Ling Xiao's attitude remained firm. However, Lan Mei hesitated. Currently, the Demon Dragon Sword Court still retained half of its strength. If she hadn't let Ling Xiao go, what would have happened? She didn't dare to guess. He didn't dare to imagine it. It was because she had underestimated Ling Xiao that she had made such a terrible miscalculation. He had to be extremely careful with his next choice. After doing such a thing, you still want to leave the Demon Dragon Sword Court alive. If this matter were to spread, where would I put my face? Lan Meima asked sinisterly. I don't care if you're shameless or not. In any case, you're the same as your whore daughter. You're both ungrateful and shameless. What's the difference if you're shameless or not? Get this straight. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm warning you. You have already lost the best chance to kill me today. The moment I summoned the most terrifying power in my body, you were destined to fail. Can you kill me? Let's not talk about whether or not you can kill me. Can you pass my master's 18th sword? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my master's face, I would have destroyed the Demon Dragon Sword Court before leaving. I definitely wouldn't be here talking nonsense with you. Ling Xiao was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The increase in strength brought by the Bloody Rat Devil was huge, but the burden was also huge. Because of excessive consumption, he probably couldn't even contend against a martial artist at the first transformation of Yin-Yang Realm's 16th level of hell. And this terrible situation was still continuing. His life force was constantly flowing away. But so what if he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside? As long as he could scare Demon Master Lan Mei, it was enough. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you from the beginning. That way, the Demon Dragon Sword Court wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss today. Lan Mei had been blaming herself. The ant that he thought he could easily kill had suddenly turned into a terrifying, ferocious beast. It made her pay a heavy price. She regretted it to death. It's a pity that there's no medicine for regret in this world. Even if you regret it, what can you do? Ling Xiao mocked. It's you who killed those people. It's you who made an incomparably stupid choice. Demon Master? Hee hee, what a joke. Until now, he was still mocking Demon Master Lan Mei. Because he had to do this. Only by doing this would the other party not suspect that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Those who were still alive were all looking at Ling Xiao and Lan Mei with fear and trepidation. Any choice made by these two people could determine their life and death. A moment ago, those demon kings were still looking down on Ling Xiao and didn't take him seriously. But at this moment, they were filled with incomparable fear towards Ling Xiao. If Lan Mei hadn't blocked Ling Xiao's attack in time, the four of them would have died. And those martial artists who were far weaker than them were filled with fear towards Ling Xiao. They really hoped that Lan Mei could speak and let Ling Xiao go. Send away this terrifying demon and don't let him continue to behave atrociously. But Lan Mei was depressed in her heart. She was a top expert of the Sword Dynasty. She was the demon master of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. But now, he was forced to make a choice by such a nameless person. She really hated Ling Xiao to the point that she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces and kill him 1,000 times, or 10,000 times to vent her hatred. But the problem was that she couldn't do that. Ling Xiao's words were heartbreaking. She might not be able to kill the current Ling Xiao in a short period of time, and Gen 18 wouldn't let her do that. So now, she had become the passive side. Lan Mei, you're still a character. Say something, and I'll make my choice according to what you say. To be honest, I don't have any enmity with the Devil Dragon Sword Court. If you didn't force me, I wouldn't be like this. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After that, I won't wait. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Lan Mei, revealing an incomparably dense killing intent. It was hard to believe that his current combat strength was not even comparable to an ordinary person. His body's condition had already reached its worst point. He was only supporting himself with one breath. Lan Mei stared at Ling Xiao. After a long time, she sighed and said, "What's your real name?" Ling Xiao. It's the real deal, Ling Xiao said indifferently. But he didn't say where he came from. Otherwise, it would bring trouble to the 8 Immortals' kingdom. One had to know that the western region was very big, and there were tens of thousands of small countries. There were even more people named Ling Xiao. As long as he didn't say anything, even if the other party investigated to death, they wouldn't be able to find out. Unless they killed everyone named Ling Xiao. Who is the immortal bird by Fang to you? Lan Mei asked again. I don't know him. Ling Xiao shook his head. There was no need to use a person he didn't know to show off his power. Chapter 3059. After this battle, I'm afraid that your ranking on the bounty list will catch up to him. Although your strength is far from his, your bounty can definitely reach his level. Lan Mimi suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly, It doesn't matter. If the people of Sword Dynasty insist on being my enemy, then I'm sorry. I, Ling Xiao, will not wait for death. I will let them know how terrifying I am. Ling Xiao said coldly. At this moment, he absolutely could not admit defeat. He had to show his strong side. Otherwise, his fierce appearance would be seen through by others. You can go. Lan Mimi thought over and over again and finally decided to let Ling Xiao leave. Because she had no way to kill Ling Xiao now. In order to prevent the Demon Dragon Sword Court from being destroyed by the madman Ling Xiao, she could only do this. Hee hee, you think I'll leave just because you want me to? I want you to personally send me out. Ling Xiao sneered. This seemingly unreasonable request was actually something that Ling Xiao racked his brains to come up with. Even if he wanted to leave, he had to pretend to be strong. Otherwise, if Lan Mimi saw any flaws, he would be dead. Don't go too far, Lan Mimi said with an ashen face. All right, if you won't send me off, then I'll leave by myself. However, if I accidentally destroy anything along the way, don't regret it. Ling Xiao sneered. Damn it. Lan Mimi was about to go crazy. She was clearly stronger than him and could kill him, but she couldn't do anything to him. This feeling of powerlessness was driving her crazy. Don't be so angry. You're just sending me off. It's not like I'm asking you, the demon lord, to do anything shameful. Ling Xiao laughed. Go. Lan Mimi looked coldly at Ling Xiao and walked out of the 9th-floor demon pagoda's 5th floor. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and endured the intense pain in his body that was about to destroy him. He ordered Xiao Jin to take him away. He could no longer fly by himself. Even walking was very difficult for him. Xiao Jin appeared and Ling Xiao sat on it. This didn't seem to be a problem. There were some people in this world who liked to ride demonic beasts. Furthermore, Xiao Jin's status was very high. Demon Master Lan Mimi did not suspect anything. Even Sword 18th and Sword Sakura were intimidated. Jin 18 walked to Ling Xiao's side and couldn't help but sigh. Little guy, you're really amazing. Even your master was shocked. With such strength, I'm afraid you can do whatever you want in the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Ling Xiao shook his head and mentally said, Master, I can't hold on much longer. I'm just holding on. We can't let beautiful Devil Lan see any clues. What? Sword 18 was shocked. From the surface, it was impossible to tell that Ling Xiao's body had already reached the point of falling apart. Master, don't be surprised. I have something very important to ask you. Now that things have turned out this way, will you still be safe and sound in the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Of course, he still asked via soul voice transmission. You don't have to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Beautiful Devil Lan has suffered heavy injuries this time. She definitely won't be my enemy again unless she doesn't want the Demon Dragon Sword Court anymore. Sword 18 replied, That's good. As long as I don't implicate you, I'm relieved. After I leave this time, I don't know when we'll meet again. But a master for a day is a father for life. Master, I'll never forget your great kindness. Ling Xiao was a sentimental person. Sword 18 was willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with beautiful Devil Lan for him. Just this point alone was enough for him to be extremely grateful. If it weren't for Sword 18 today, beautiful Devil Lan might not have hesitated to attack him. Therefore, half of the credit for his life was given to him by Sword 18. Hee, I understand. After you leave the Demon Dragon Sword Court, if you have nowhere to go, take this jade pendant and find a woman called Falling Moon. She has a good relationship with me and should be able to take you in temporarily. But, are you really okay? Sword 18 was starting to worry. Master, don't worry. Although my current situation is terrible, as long as I'm not killed by beautiful Devil Lan, I have a way to stay alive. Ling Xiao smiled. That's good. I'm relieved now. All the conversation between the two was completed through soul transmission, so beautiful Devil Lan didn't know. When he arrived at the exit of the Demon Dragon Sword Court, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. There were at least 100 warriors outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. All of them were strong. The weakest should be at the peak of the 16th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. These guys were all staring at Ling Xiao. They were clearly bounty hunters. Are you the one who spread the news about me? Ling Xiao looked at beautiful Devil Lan and said coldly, Yes, but that was in the past. So even if I want to stop it, it's impossible. Beautiful Devil Lan sneered. Of course, there was another reason why she dared to let Ling Xiao leave. That was, she knew that Ling Xiao would be in more danger after leaving the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Countless bounty hunters would chase after him and hunt him down until he died of exhaustion. Do you think you can stop me, Ling Xiao, with just these people? Ling Xiao looked at beautiful Devil Lan sarcastically, then let Little Gold continue to move forward. Those who block me will die, Ling Xiao said loudly. However, his voice didn't have much effect because these bounty hunters didn't know what Ling Xiao did on the 5th floor of the 9-story demon tower. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He let Little Gold start to attack. Little Gold was now at the 18th level of hell in the yin-yang realm. Facing these bounty hunters was like facing a group of good-for-nothings. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of golden flame. The flame turned into the Golden Crow Divine Talisman and attacked the crowd. Of course, this wasn't the real Golden Crow Divine Talisman, but Little Gold condensed the golden light of the Netherworld. Compared to the real Golden Crow Divine Talisman, its power wasn't inferior at all. In just an instant, hundreds of bounty hunters were all burned to ashes. Not even a strand of hair could be found. Then, Ling Xiao looked back at beautiful Devil Lawn and sneered. Beautiful Devil Lawn, do you think I'm putting on an act? What a joke. Beautiful Devil Land's face was extremely gloomy. She had indeed suspected that Ling Xiao must have paid a huge price for suddenly erupting with such powerful strength. She suspected that Ling Xiao was just bluffing and was actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She guessed right. Unfortunately, Little Gold's attack completely shattered her doubts. Little Gold was so powerful. If Ling Xiao was really bluffing, he should have let Little Gold come out earlier. In that case, she would be more wary. However, Ling Xiao didn't. This meant that Ling Xiao was very strong and could solve any problem. As for those bounty hunters, they were too weak. There was no need for Ling Xiao to do it himself. This reason was very reasonable. Otherwise, why didn't Ling Xiao let Sword 18 follow him? Chapter 3060. Xiao Jin, let's go. Ling Xiao sneered, called out to Xiao Jin, and then flew into the distance. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Lan Mei was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she had no choice. Sword 18 was standing behind her. If she wanted to chase after Ling Xiao, Sword 18 would not ignore it. Xiao Jin's speed was extremely fast, even faster than Ling Xiao's own speed. It was almost the speed of the Golden Light technique. Demonic beasts had such benefits. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown dozens of miles away. They were already very far away from the Devil Dragon Sword Court. At this time, Ling Xiao finally fell from Xiao Jin's body to the ground. The red light on his body had completely faded, and his cultivation had also regressed from the early stage of the 17th level of hell to the early stage of the 16th level of hell. Of course, Ling Xiao was not afraid of the regression of his cultivation because he could catch up very soon. The troublesome thing was that Ling Xiao's current physical condition was extremely bad, and because the time had been delayed for too long, Life Backtrack was no longer effective. He could only slowly heal his injuries. Xiao Jin, find a place to heal your injuries. After saying this, he grabbed a handful of healing pills and threw them into his mouth. These healing pills were definitely effective, but Ling Xiao's injuries were too serious. One pill was definitely not enough. Therefore, there were at least 10 pills in this handful. At the same time, Ling Xiao released his life martial spirit and began to heal his injuries together with the healing pills. Xiao Jin carried him on his back and flew for a distance. They found a hidden cave and hid there. At this time, Ling Xiao's condition was very bad. If someone caught up to him now, it would really be troublesome. Therefore, he could not run around. Just as Ling Xiao was healing his injuries, the big incident in the Devil Dragon Sword Court had already spread to the Heavenly Sword Hall. In the Devil Dragon Sword Court, there were supervisors sent by the Heavenly Sword Hall to monitor the loyalty of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Such a thing has never happened in thousands of years. It was actually caused by a martial artist from a small country? Why is it this Ling Xiao again? He has repeatedly challenged the dignity of my Heavenly Sword Hall. I will not let him off easily. Increase the bounty. Full reward. Those who spoke were all reputable figures in the Heavenly Sword Hall. Of course, they wouldn't personally go after Ling Xiao, but they had to increase the bounty on Ling Xiao so that those high-level bounty hunters would have a taste of the benefits and go after Ling Xiao. The bounty is 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. He's ranked 3rd on the bounty board. This was Ling Xiao's latest bounty and ranking. Moreover, the bounty list even had a special indication of life or death. No one had ever entered the top 10, or even the top 3, of the yin-yang realm's 17th level of hell at the first revolution. Ling Xiao had completely become a celebrity in the Sword Dynasty. However, this reputation was not very good. In 3 days, the news spread throughout the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao, who was recuperating in the cave, did not know about this. After spending 3 days, he finally healed all his injuries. Fortunately, he was a pharmacist and his master, the Yuan Venerate, could also help him. Otherwise, he would really have been in danger this time. I suggest that you seal the energy of the 3rd level of the Bloody Rat Devil. The price of using it is too high. You were lucky this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. The Yuan Venerate reminded Ling Xiao, Master, I don't want to use it either, but you saw the situation at the time. If I didn't use it, Demon Orchid wouldn't have let me go. Ling Xiao sighed. Don't worry, Master. I don't want to experience this kind of pain again. Therefore, I will try my best not to use it. Don't worry. He knew his own situation best. He knew best how serious his injuries were this time. Therefore, even if the Yuan Venerate hadn't said anything, he wouldn't use it easily in the future. At most, he would use it until the 2nd level of the Bloody Rat Devil. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the cave, he suddenly frowned. Oh no, we seem to have been surrounded. The people coming this time aren't the same as those good-for-nothings outside the Demon Dragon Sword Court. His soul power was very strong, so his perception was even better than Little Gold's. He opened his Taiji eye and looked outside. There were at least 1,000 people in the crowd. Moreover, the strongest person who came this time had already reached the middle stage of the 18th level of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm. There were also hundreds of martialists at the early stage of the 18th level of the Hell. Don't tell me that all the top-ranked bounty hunters are here? The more Ling Xiao came into contact with the 9 Supremes, the more he realized that the rumors about the cultivation bases of those experts couldn't be trusted at all. For example, the cultivation bases of Demon Orchid and Sword 18. According to Ling Xiao's senses, they were at least in the life-seizing realm. However, the rumors that the 9 Supremes didn't have any life-seizers were simply bullsh*t. If Orchid and Sword 18 were so powerful, then wouldn't the experts of Heavenly Sword Hall be even stronger than these two? It seemed that the rumors really couldn't be trusted. Whoever believed them would be unlucky. Let's kill our way out, boss. I'll help you deal with those people. Little Gold was eager to try. All right, my cultivation base has regressed, and I need to fight now. These people have delivered themselves to my door. Ling Xiao's cultivation base had regressed to the early stage of the 16th level of the Hell. Of course, he wasn't a match for the martialists of the 18th and 17th levels of the Hell. However, he was fast. With Little Gold's protection, he could just pick on the weak ones. Let's do it. The two of them suddenly rushed out of the cave. The people outside included bounty hunters and martialists from Heavenly Sword Hall. However, their common goal was Ling Xiao. Of course, there was also Ling Xiao's bounty. Originally, they were planning to surround the cave and attack. However, before the plan was ready, 2 rays of light suddenly shot out of the cave. Ling Xiao directly entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation and raised his combat power to the extreme. Little Gold followed him closely to protect him. Don't let him escape, someone shouted. Just as he was about to chase, he realized that Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of him. This person was a martialist of the 16th level of the Hell. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the current Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately brandished the long sword in his hand and charged forward. Ling Xiao was entangled in battle with him. The energy in his cultivation sea was also constantly increasing. After all, with the experience of increasing his cultivation base, it would be easier to increase it. This was why Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of his cultivation base regressing. As long as it didn't regress too much, he didn't have to worry. While they were fighting, more martialists rushed over. However, they couldn't get past Little Gold's defense. The 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light combined with Little Gold's terrifying strength. Even a martialist of the 18th level of the Hell was useless against him. Chapter 3061. After all, Xiao Jin was outnumbered. When Ling Xiao's cultivation recovered to the late stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm, Xiao Jin could no longer block the combined attacks of the martial artists at the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao had no choice but to retreat. He couldn't let Xiao Jin take the risk for his own cultivation. However, just as they were about to escape, chaos broke out in the encirclement. In the crowd, people were constantly killed, sent flying, and injured. The martial artists who surrounded Xiao Jin had no choice but to focus on the periphery. Who is it? Who dares to be enemies with the Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team? Among the people who surrounded Ling Xiao, the strongest one was a captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 18th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. When he realized that someone dared to meddle in his business, he stood out and suppressed them with his power. Ling Xiao was also curious. It just so happened that their pressure was reduced a lot, so he summoned Xiao Jin back into the beast ring to heal. He instantly entered the spectral demon dragon form, hid, and looked in the direction of the commotion. In the crowd, there were 5 special figures. They were fighting with the bounty hunters and the martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team is nothing. I'm looking for you. The martial soul that appeared behind the person who spoke was a fiery red undying bird. It was a little different from the undying bird that Ling Xiao transformed into. However, he could feel that this person was very powerful. His cultivation had probably reached the peak of the 18th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. He was only slightly inferior to the demon master of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The rest of the people's cultivation was basically at this level. However, there were 2 people who seemed to be stronger than the undying bird. They might be at the level of Lan Mimi and the 18th blade. Ling Xiao was a little confused. He didn't know whether these 5 people were enemies or friends. If it was an enemy, then he was too unlucky. He had actually attracted such a powerful opponent to attack him. He really had a lot of face. Undying Bird by Fong. It's you. The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall's punitive team frowned. Since when did your 9 Defiances dare to go against the Heavenly Sword Hall? 9 Defiance Organization? Ling Xiao had heard a little about this organization. After all, they had been in the Sword Dynasty for a long time. He had heard about it when he was in Ming City. The 9 Rebels was an organization formed by the traitors of the 9 Supreme's forces. Although this 9 deities organization did not have many members, it was very powerful. Ling Xiao didn't know any more specific information. Ling Xiao could have used this opportunity to escape. However, when he heard that these people were actually from the 9 deities organization, he wasn't going to escape. It was impossible for the 9 Defiance men to help any of the 9 Supremes. They were mortal enemies with the Sword Dynasty and the other forces of the 9 Supremes. In the entire 9 Supremes, they were almost everyone's target. It was quite similar to his current situation. What a joke. You're taking the Heavenly Sword Hall too seriously. When have we, the 9 Defiance, ever been afraid of the Heavenly Sword Hall? What a joke. The one who spoke was the Phoenix by Fong. Ling Xiao was too familiar with this person's name. When he first came to the Black Tortoise continent, some people had thought of him as the Phoenix by Fong's disciple. This kind of thing had happened more than once. So, you're really going to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Heavenly Sword Hall? The leader of the subjugation team said coldly. F***CK. So what if we shed all pretense of cordiality? If you don't get lost, all of you will die here. The Phoenix by Fong did not give any face to the leader of the subjugation team. As for the other 4 people, they were still massacring the people there. They were all people on the bounty list. Usually, it was these bounty hunters who chased after them. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wouldn't let these guys go. Retreat. The leader of the subjugation team was a smart man. Although there were only 5 of them, each of their cultivation base was much stronger than his. Staying behind would only be courting death. However, before he left, he suddenly thought of something. Is that Ling Xiao really your disciple? He suddenly asked the Phoenix by Fong. So what if he is? The Immortal Bird by Fong sneered. This time, we came for him. Then it's easy. It seems that Ling Xiao will join the 9 Defies sooner or later and become a great enemy of the 9 Supremes. Let's go. He called his men and left in a hurry. When the other bounty hunters saw the situation, they knew that they couldn't get away with it, so they all fled in panic. The 5 people of the 9 defies did not chase after them. The Phoenix by Fong said loudly, "Little brother, there's no need to hide. Show yourself quickly. We're here to save you." Ling Xiao knew very well that his current spectral demon dragon could not hide from these people. So after thinking about it, he showed himself. He looked at the crowd and said, "I don't know you all. Why are you all here to save me?" "You're Ling Xiao, right?" The Phoenix by Fong asked. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's great. It's rumored that you're my disciple. How can I not help when my disciple is in trouble? What's more, our sister Yin Yu is the sister of the 18th sword. She received a letter from the 18th sword, asking us to search for your whereabouts along the way. I didn't expect to meet you here." The Phoenix by Fong was a straightforward person. He didn't hide anything and said whatever he wanted to say. This kind of character instantly won Ling Xiao's favor. However, he didn't believe that the other party's purpose was these two, or rather, not completely. By Fong, you can't fool him. A girl in a blue dress, who looked like a pretty girl from a humble family and had an amiable appearance, stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Yin Yu. Actually, we know that you have a bounty of 6,500,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and are third on the bounty list, so we specially invited you to join the 9 defies. Of course, the 2 reasons that Bai Fong mentioned are also there, but they are not the main reasons." "I see." Ling Xiao nodded and immediately sighed again and said, "I'm afraid you guys will be disappointed. That bounty list should have made a mistake. With my cultivation, there's no way to be mentioned in the same breath as you guys. If I'm not wrong, the 5 of you should all be experts on the bounty list, right? You have a good eye, kid. I'm not afraid to tell you that the martial artists of the 9 defies are wanted in every force, and the bounties are very high. The 5 of us originally occupied the 2nd to 6th place on the bounty list. It's a pity that you came out of nowhere and snatched the 3rd place." Bai Fong said with a smile, as if he didn't have any dissatisfaction with Ling Xiao coming out of nowhere. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was relieved. At least these people weren't looking for trouble. However, these guys were really strong. They occupied 5 of the top 10 spots on the Sword Dynasty's bounty list. Moreover, they were the top spots. Chapter 3062. How is it, little guy? Have you thought it through? It's good to lean against a big tree. No matter how powerful you are, you will inevitably be hunted down by the Heavenly Sword Hall. But if you join the 9 Defiance organization and stay with us, the Heavenly Sword Hall and those bounty hunters won't dare to act recklessly." The Bai Fong looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "I can go with you, but I don't want to join the 9 Defiance organization. Is that okay?" Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "Why? You don't believe in the 9 Defiance organization?" Yin Yu was stunned and asked, "Sort of. I don't know much about the 9 Defiance organization. I'll decide whether to join or not after some time. Is that okay?" Ling Xiao was very clear that since he was now ranked 3rd on the Sword Dynasty's wanted list, there would be many powerful martial artists who would come after him. Then, there would definitely be very powerful martial artists coming to find trouble with him. It would be impossible for him to not find a backer. The invitation from the 9 Defiance organization was an opportunity for him, but the principle couldn't be changed. What exactly did Jiu and I do? He had to understand it clearly. "No problem. You can follow us for the time being. This will help you understand the 9 Defiance organization better. But I advise you to make a decision as soon as possible, because once you join the organization, you will get a lot of benefits." Bai Fong thought about it and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Senior." "Don't call me Senior. Just call me Brother Bai Fong." Bai Fong hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Come, let me introduce you. You already know Yin Yu. Although she's young, she's ranked 2nd on the wanted list. She's stronger than me and is already a first life-sizer. Long Xiang, a beast martial artist. His martial soul is the Archean Dragon Elephant. He's very powerful and ranked 3rd on the wanted list. He's been pushed to 4th by you, but he's still higher than me. His cultivation is the same as mine, at the peak of the 18th level of hell." Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Long Xiang. This person was tall and strong. He was 4 meters tall without transforming. His body was very strong, and he could give his opponent a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. By the way, Long Xiang's identity is a bit special. This guy is a core disciple of a big force, but he was wronged like you and escaped. It's just that I've been called a rebel. I feel so wronged. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately had a good impression of Long Xiang. It was the kind of good impression that people of the same kind appreciated each other. Ba Dao, ranked 5th on the bounty board. Now, he is ranked 6th. His cultivation is the same as mine. You should know from his name that his blade techniques are very powerful. Ling Xiao looked at Ba Dao. He was also a very sturdy fellow. Although he wasn't as tall as Long Xiang, every muscle on his body seemed to contain explosive energy. However, Ba Dao was missing an arm, and it was his right arm. It seemed like he was a person with a story. The last one is Chang Qingqing, who used to be ranked 6th on the bounty list but is now ranked 7th. Chang Qingqing is best at archery. She can shoot wherever she wants from thousands of meters away. Moreover, her power is extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at the last person. She was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She was already at the late stage of the 18th level of hell. However, the feeling it gave people was that Chang Qingqing's attack power was probably above the others. If the bow and arrow were used well, it would be a terrifying killing weapon. However, Chang Qingqing seemed to be a little introverted. The others all greeted Ling Xiao. Only this little girl lowered her head like a mimosa, which made people feel some pity for her. Actually, other than the 5 of us, there are 2 other people in the Sword Dynasty from the Sky Dragon continent. One is called Long Qin, and the other is called Cold Plum. They are in a hurry to cultivate, so they haven't come out yet. Yin Yu smiled and said, Long Chun, Cold Plum. Ling Xiao was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had been in the Black Tortoise continent for a long time. In fact, he had heard that his good brother Long Chen and his most loyal guard Cold Plum had reincarnated here. However, there had been no news of them before. He didn't expect to hear news of them this time. Of course, the excitement only came from the heart. Ling Xiao didn't show it. He wasn't familiar with these people and couldn't reveal his secret completely. Moreover, there was a possibility that they had the same name. It wasn't good to be happy too early. Since you've decided to follow us, then let's go back together. Back to our old nest, Miwu Valley. Although Bai Feng wasn't the strongest, it seemed to be the boss of these 5 people. These 5 people obviously didn't come together because of their strength. There was a strong brotherhood between them. Although they weren't blood-related, they might be closer than blood-related. In order to thank you for your trust in me, I'd better show my true face. Ling Xiao felt that if he wanted to gain the trust of others, he had to at least take some risks. He could hide things that he didn't want to expose, but at least he couldn't hide his true face. That would be too insincere. Damn, you're good. This transformation technique is a special secret technique. Even if ordinary people get it, they can't learn it. You can use it so skillfully. Admirable, really admirable. Bai Feng said excitedly. Brother Bai Feng, you flatter me. Ling Xiao smiled. Then I'll show you. Long Xiang smiled and gently touched the beast ring on his hand. Suddenly, a giant beast flew out of the ring. This giant beast had the appearance of a giant elephant, but it had a pair of huge wings and could easily fly into the sky. This is called the flying giant elephant. It's a top mount in our Longxiang tribe. Everyone, come on up. Longxiang called out. Ling Xiao was really impressed. This flying giant elephant's strength was basically equivalent to a warrior at the early stage of level 18 of Hell in Yinyang realm. Good heavens, it was really extravagant to use this as a mount. He flew up and jumped on the back of the flying giant elephant. He felt a strange energy wrap around his body. Even though the flying giant elephant exploded with the speed of sound, he still didn't feel any wind. This was really comfortable. Ling Xiao still didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to meet these guys with strong personalities. But one thing was for sure. He had been in the Black Tortoise continent for so long. Besides Sword 18, Lingung, and Jian Luoying, only these people could make him feel good. He believed that he had made the right choice. By following these people, not only could he meet his good brothers and guards, but he could also get more help. After all, Lan Yu was an expert at the same level as Lan Mei. With such an expert by his side, Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about being surrounded by bounty hunters. The only thing he needed to do now was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Chapter 3063. Miwu Valley was located in the dense forest of the Sword Dynasty. This place was filled with a terrifying fog all year round, hence the name. Ordinary people thought that this was a natural phenomenon. But after Ling Xiao arrived, he discovered that this fog was actually a powerful formation, Miwu Phantom Formation. As long as there was this formation, outsiders would get lost and go around in circles when they entered without knowing the method. Anyway, it was impossible to find the Nine Defiance stronghold in the Miwu Valley. However, Ling Xiao was not too conspicuous. He still walked out of the heavy fog under by Fang's lead and came to the Nine Defiance stronghold. This place was really not small. From the outside, it simply looked like a huge town. There are actually more than a few of you living in the Miwu Valley? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course. Although the outside world says that the Nine Defiance are rebels, in fact, the purpose of establishing the Nine Defiance is to protect pitiful people who have been wronged and framed like us. Many of the people living in this Miwu town are such people and their relatives. The environment here is beautiful and very safe. Our people will buy the materials needed from outside, and some of them are produced here. Look at the medicinal field over there. It's planted by the people of the Miwu town. Speaking of this, Yin Yu was very proud. As a martial artist, to be able to protect people like her was a kind of happiness to Yin Yu. And Ling Xiao might just be one of these people they saved. After entering the town, the enthusiastic townspeople greeted by Fang and the others one after another. It could be seen that these 5 people had a very high reputation here. Some things could be faked, but the smiles of those Miwu town's townspeople, as well as their heartfelt excitement, could not be faked. Ling Xiao was more and more convinced that the Nine Defiance might be a good organization. At the very least, Bai Fang and the others were really good. It feels good, right? Every time we come back and see that these people can live peacefully and happily, we are content with our hard work. Bai Fang said with a smile, some people practice martial arts for longevity, some people practice martial arts for strength. And we practice martial arts to be able to protect people like us. We have all had the experience of being wronged and persecuted, and we were all saved by the Nine Defiance. Therefore, we must carry on this sense of responsibility. Ling Xiao was extremely excited when he heard this. Aside from wanting to become stronger, his ultimate goal in practicing martial arts was to unify the profound world and restore the glory of the human race. He also has a sense of responsibility, and that is to protect everyone in the heavenly empire. For the sake of this sense of responsibility, he had to become stronger. He had to constantly become stronger. Boss. Master. Suddenly, 2 figures dashed out from the crowd. It was Long Chun and Cold Plum. The current strength of these 2 people was not weak at all. Long Chun was at the middle stage of the 18 levels of hell, while Cold Plum was at the early stage of the 18 levels of hell. They reincarnated later than Ling Xiao, but fortunately, they were born in the Sword Dynasty, so they received much more resources than Ling Xiao. In addition, their aptitude was not much worse than Ling Xiao's, so it was conceivable that their cultivation had reached such a level. The 2 of you are actually stronger than me. Ling Xiao sighed. Boss, don't make fun of us. I know that you reincarnated directly to that remote town and used 2 heaven-defying moves that caused your cultivation to regress. It's already very impressive that you can still maintain this cultivation. I reckon that you should surpass us soon. Long Chen laughed. He was not flattering him. With the same resources, Ling Xiao's cultivation would definitely improve faster than theirs. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. Master is always the strongest. Cold Plum knew Ling Xiao's secret, and she always maintained the most worshipful attitude towards Ling Xiao. You know each other? Bai Fang asked curiously. Yes, we are all martial artists from the heavenly dragon continent. Ling Xiao said simply. Some secrets could not be made public for the time being, although he felt that Bai Fang and the others were not bad. However, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. No one could predict what would happen in the future, so it was better to be careful. Alright, in that case, that's even better. Long Chin, Cold Plum, we happen to have something to do, so you guys can take Ling Xiao around? Bai Fong said with a smile. No problem. Long Chin smiled. Alright, Ling Xiao, you go around first and familiarize yourself with the situation here. If you need any help, just let Long Chun or Cold Plum come to us. Bai Fong said again. Thank you, Brother Bai Fong. What are you thanking me for? You're being too polite again. Alright, we'll get going first. Bai Fong waved and left with Yin Yu and the others. It could be seen that they had been very busy. They were busy saving all the people who had been wronged and framed like Ling Xiao. Let's go, boss. Long Chun said with a smile. Wait a minute. I'll introduce you two to a new friend, who is also my sworn brother. As he spoke, Ling Xiao let Xiao Jin fly out. At this moment, Xiao Jin's injuries had already healed. When he saw Long Chun, he even had some fighting spirit. Ling Xiao is my boss. He's mine. The two of them actually started to argue over such a trivial matter. You guys might as well split me into two. Who said that a boss is only one person's boss? I'm also the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. If everyone fights like you guys, then wouldn't our Heavenly Empire be in chaos every day and night? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Boss, what's this guy's name? He looks so strong. Long Chun looked at Xiao Jin excitedly and asked Ling Xiao. His original name is Ling Yin, and he's my good brother. However, due to a special situation, his physical body was destroyed. After I helped him revive, he became like this. Now, he's called Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, this is Long Chin, a genuine member of the dragon race. He doesn't have the dragon race's bloodline. He's a real golden dragon. And that one is Cold Plum, one of my best friends. Ling Xiao had never treated Cold Plum as a maid. Cold Plum was his friend, his best friend. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that Xiao Jin and Long Chun would be difficult to get along with, but he soon knew that he was wrong. Cold Plum brought them to her residence. Long Chin and Xiao Jin had a big battle, and then they actually appreciated each other and became friends. On one side was the Golden Dragon. On the other side was the ancient Golden Crow. Their relationship was extremely good. Next, Cold Plum ordered a table of dishes. As they ate, they talked about their experiences during this period of time. Long Chun and Cold Plum's experience was actually relatively simple. They entered the Heavenly Sword Hall after reincarnating to the Sword Dynasty. However, because their talent was too strong, they were instead envied and framed. In the end, it was 9 Defiance people who saved them and brought them here to cultivate. Chapter 3064. When Ling Xiao talked about his experience, Long Chun and Cold Plum suddenly felt excited. Ling Xiao's experience was too legendary, especially when they heard that Ling Xiao had turned into the Black Demon and killed an expert from the Palace of Eternal Life. He had even chased the expert into the Forbidden Land of Death. Long Chun felt goosebumps all over his body. He was so excited that he felt goosebumps all over his body. The Black Demon has always been a legend in the 9 Supremes. Although he only appeared for a short time, he caused the 9 Supremes to suffer heavy losses. I didn't expect that it was actually you, boss. Long Chun was extremely emotional and excited. Master, if that's the case, your next step should be to go to the demonic Dragon Sword Court to obtain the power of the Black Tortoise? Cold Plum's question was more targeted. She hoped that she could help Ling Xiao. That's right. I risked my life to get the Black Tortoise seal, so that I could obtain the power of the Black Tortoise. There are still a few days before the Black Tortoise appears. I can take advantage of this time to recover my previous cultivation base. Ling Xiao nodded. Boss, if you want to recover your strength, maybe you can help Brother Bai Fong and the others with their missions? Long Chun thought for a moment and said, the missions they carry out are very dangerous, but at the same time, it's more suitable for stimulating the potential in your body. That's a good idea. I'll go find Bai Fong now. Ling Xiao said. Don't do that, boss. Aren't you going to bring us along? We've finally reunited. I don't want to be separated from you again. Long Chun smiled bitterly. Me too. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao with a very serious expression. If you guys are here, how can I feel danger? Without danger, How can I stimulate my potential? This time, not only will I not bring you guys, but I won't bring Xiao Jin either. Only in the midst of life and death can I improve my strength better. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, just as the three of them were about to speak, Ling Xiao said coldly, since you guys treat me as your boss and master, you should listen to me. After saying that, he turned and left. He could find where Bai Fong was at a glance. The ability of the Tai Chi Eye was not an exaggeration. You want to carry out a mission? The immortal bird Bai Fong looked at Ling Xiao curiously and said, you were just saved by us. Aren't you afraid of danger? Big brother Bai Fong, to tell you the truth, I have to experience danger and battle in order to improve my strength. Ling Xiao said, I see. It just so happens that Chang Qingqing has a mission that is relatively easy. You can go with her. Bai Fong thought for a while and said, but I know your temper. I need you to listen to Chang Qingqing's arrangements when you're on a mission. Don't worry. As long as there is a battle, I will listen to her. Ling Xiao nodded. Very good. I'll get Chang Qingqing to come over. The Bai Fong sent someone to find Chang Qingqing. Not long after, Chang Qingqing arrived. This time, your mission is to head to Skyju City and buy a slave there. That person is our Chinese intelligence agent. He was accidentally captured, but his identity was not exposed. The Bai Fong said, Skyju City is a good place. There are many good things in the auction house. Other than our intelligence agent, if you find anything good, you can bid for it. The funds will be on Nine's account. Of course, if you want to bid for it yourself, then you can only spend your own money. Blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. Skyju City, an ancient city with tens of thousands of years of history in the Sword Dynasty. It was not far from the Mist Valley. The Bai Fong chose to let Ling Xiao carry out the mission here because he was worried that after the mission failed, Ling Xiao would have no way out. If they were closer, they would be able to rescue him in time. Skyju City had a special characteristic, which was the slave trade. There were several large slave auction houses here. There were also many groups that specialized in kidnapping and trafficking. Therefore, if a normal martial artist was not strong enough, or did not have a strong martial artist accompanying them, they would not come here easily. The key was that it was too dangerous. Outside Skyju City, a very beautiful giant bird was heading towards the city. It brought a gust of wind along the way. The giant bird was called Fairy Bird and was Chang Qingqing's mount. Although this fairy bird was not as strong as the flying elephant, it was equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 17th level of hell. 9 organization dared to go against the 9 Supremes. They were indeed capable. Ling Xiao, remember, don't cause a commotion in Skyju City when you go. There are many martial artists there who are very strong. When they were about to reach Skyju City, Chang Qingqing reminded him. In her impression, Ling Xiao was not someone easy to deal with. She did not know when he would cause trouble. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Although Chang Qingqing had misunderstood him, he did not care and did not explain. There was no need for that. Skyju City was already in front. Suddenly, a giant beast flew past and arrived in front of Skyju City's gate. A few people jumped down from the giant beast. Then, they kept the giant beast into the beast ring. The people guarding the city gate did not stop them. They merely took a glance at them and allowed them to enter. Those few people were very strong. At least on the surface, each of them had reached the early stage of the 18th level of hell. Those guards probably did not dare to stop them. As he was thinking, the fairy bird also landed. Let's go too. Chang Qingqing kept the fairy bird and brought Ling Xiao to Skyju City. However, their treatment was obviously different from the previous 3 people. They were directly stopped outside the city gate. It was not the guards who stopped them. Instead, it was 3 martial artists dressed up as martial artists. However, the strength of each and every one of them was truly impressive. What's the matter? Chang Qingqing frowned and asked. Usually, when she was with Bai Fong and others, Chang Qingqing was a very shy girl. However, when she was on her own, her performance was still very good. She definitely did not have that kind of shy look. To enter Skyju City, each person has to pay 10,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The 2 of you are exactly 20,000. One of them said with an evil smile. These words made Ling Xiao frown. However, thinking of Chang Qingqing and Bai Fong's reminder, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Chang Qingqing. Chang Qingqing said coldly, Skyju City actually allowed bandits to run rampant at the city gate. I think this sword dynasty is really rotten to the core. I have spiritual stones, but why should I give them to you? He did not expect this little girl to have such a temper. Why? Because you are not as strong as us. If you don't pay the spiritual stones, then die. That person said coldly. Do you dare to casually kill people outside Skyju City's gate? Chang Qingqing questioned. Idiot. Let me tell you the truth. Even if we kill you, no one will care. Otherwise, why do you think we dare to make a move here? The three people revealed a mocking smile on their faces, as if mocking Chang Qingqing's naivety. Now, each of you has to pay 20,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The two of you are 40,000. Chapter 3065. You don't want to pay? Then go to hell. One of the three men, who only had one eye, said coldly. His murderous aura was suddenly released, making people feel a terrifying chill. My brother has a bad temper, but he's telling the truth. Another man laughed. Think about it. Only 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones can save both of your lives. No matter how you look at it, this is a better deal, right? Although that man was laughing, it was a mocking smile. It's indeed a good deal. Hand it over. Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. According to his character, he would have attacked long ago and wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with these guys. He just didn't attack because of Chang Qingqing's reminder. However, he said something that completely aroused the killing intent of the three men. You're courting death. The three of them finally stopped talking nonsense and pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time. Sister Chang, don't attack. Ling Xiao stood in front of Chang Qingqing excitedly and released an explosive aura. He instantly entered the unbounded, heavenly rat-beast soul transformation. Because the three of them were martial artists at the early stage of the 17th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm, they weren't easy to deal with. Boom. Ling Xiao blocked the attacks of the three men alone. The terrifying sonic boom attracted the attention of many passers-by and the guards. That brat is only at the late stage of the 16th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm. How dare he challenge martial artists at the 17th level of hell? He must be tired of living. The guards looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and sneered disdainfully. They saw such a scene a few times a month. Those young martial artists who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would usually end up in a tragic death. Imperial Celestial Dragon Constitution. Bloody Devil Rat Level 1. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao, who had reached the early stage of the 17th level of hell in Yin-Yang realm, naturally knew how powerful martial artists at this level were. Because of this, he dared to fight 1 against 3. As his strength continued to rise, the three opponents were horrified to find that the terrifying germs were constantly corroding their bodies. They had no choice but to divert a large amount of their inner strength to deal with the bloodthirsty plague. As the saying went, the other went up. Although Ling Xiao had suffered some internal injuries, it was nothing serious. Instead, under the bombardment of the three great experts, the potential in his body was constantly unleashed. His cultivation sea was finally filled. Ling Xiao's cultivation had recovered by another level. He had reached the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 16th level of hell. In his peak state, he faced these three weak warriors from the 17th level of hell. Ling Xiao's disadvantage had gradually turned into an advantage. Heavenly Flame. Undying Bird's Flame. Black flames burned on his body. In an instant, the three of them were devoured. Back when he went to the Demon Dragon Sword Court and killed the 13 demon generals, he relied on the sudden attack of the strange flame. If others managed to avoid the deviant flame, they wouldn't die. But if he couldn't avoid it, he would definitely die. At the very least, no one below the first reincarnation divine stage could resist the terrifying power of the heavenly flame. Ling Xiao still had his immortal fire. If the immortal fire wasn't enough, Ling Xiao still had the divine fire. These were all divine skills that he relied on to save his life. Let's go, Sister Chang. Ling Xiao stopped and said to Chang Qingqing with a smile. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had done. If he didn't dare take action when others wanted his life, he wouldn't be able to do so. Chang Qingqing didn't blame him either. She only nodded, and the two of them stepped into Sky Absolute City. What a terrifying, strange flame. What powerful defense. A guard looked in astonishment at the three people that had been burned to ashes. He could not help but sigh. In fact, the farce outside the city gates had nothing to do with them. It was a collaboration between the upper echelons of Sky Absolute City and the bandits. They were also very vexed. If anyone could vanquish the bandits, they would be more than happy to do so. Hey, that strange flame and that defense. Could it be Fire Cloud Palace's second-ranked Little Fire God? I heard that Little Fire God will be coming to Sky Absolute City to snatch the Fire Supreme Sword Art. Are you talking about the Fire Supreme catalog? It's said that the 9 catalogs can ultimately form a 9 Supremes catalog. From it, one can comprehend the 9 Supremes battle arts. These 9 Supremes battle arts can be comprehended into different martial arts according to one's specialty, regardless of what weapon or martial technique one is adept in. For example, if one uses a sword, it would be the 9 Supremes sword art. If one uses a saber, it would be the 9 Supremes saber art. In short, the ultimate technique comprehended would be a bona fide king-level ultimate technique. It doesn't exist in the 9 Supremes territory at present. That's right. It's the 9 Supremes catalog. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to the guard's words, but when he heard about the Fire Supreme catalog, Ling Xiao instantly perked up. He never expected to have such an unexpected gain. He had already obtained the Demon Supreme catalog, but it didn't seem likely that he could study it alone. He had to obtain all 9 catalogs before he could combine them into a perfect artifact and king-level martial art. He had to get it. No matter what Chang Qingqing said to Ling Xiao, this catalog was something that he absolutely could not miss. Ling Xiao, listen up. The Fire Supreme catalog is a supreme treasure that all the 9 Supremes factions are vying for. This time, people from Fire Cloud Palace and Manor of Spirits will probably appear. Even the experts in Sky Absolute City won't be spared. Although the news isn't conclusive, Heavenly Sword Hall will definitely send people over. Be careful. Don't be careless. Chang Qingqing also heard the guard's words and reminded him. Ling Xiao knew that there were 2 major sects near Sky Absolute City. One was Fire Cloud Palace, and the other was Manor of Spirits. Although they weren't as powerful as the Demon Dragon Sword Court and Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, they were still considered powerhouses. It was definitely not an easy task to vie for the Fire Supreme catalog with them. Especially among the younger generation, Fire Cloud Palace had produced Little Fire God who was very famous in this generation. Manor of Spirits had also produced young Master Spectre. Although these 2 people couldn't compare to Empress Lan and Mei Chun, they were definitely much stronger than Bloodrobes, Heartless, and Lin Chuang. Rumor had it that Little Fire God was best at playing with fire and often used a terrifying demonic fire. However, his trump card was the terrifying deviant fire. His enemies would often all turn into ashes without leaving a single piece of armor behind. This was also the reason why the guards mistakenly believed that Ling Xiao was Little Fire God. Little Fire God wasn't a bounty hunter, but he liked to hunt warriors on the bounty list. Basically, no one had ever seen what his deviant fire looked like. This was because his enemies had all died under his demonic fire. Little Fire God's cultivation level had already reached the middle stages of the 17th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. Of course, such a cultivation level might not be considered impressive in the eyes of people like Chang Qingqing. However, there was no doubt that he was definitely one of the best among the younger generation. This was especially so since he could challenge those of a higher level. Chapter 3066. Now, Little Fire God was already a martial artist at the middle stage of the 17th level of Hell. Most likely, within the first transformation in Yang realm and the 17th level of Hell, there should be no one who was his match. Of course, this was the judgment of outsiders, and not Little Fire God's own boasting. He was called Little Fire God, and even his original name was almost forgotten by people. It was because his use of flames was amazing. Young Master Yuling's information was not very detailed, but he should not be much worse than Little Fire God. Anyway, he was not someone to be trifled with. After entering Tianju City, Ling Xiao originally planned to change his appearance, but Chang Qingqing told him that there was no need. Tianju City was a very strange and special place. No matter what crime you committed, you could walk the streets in broad daylight here. The people in the city would not be afraid of you, and instead, they would do business with you. Therefore, in Tianju City, there were actually many people on the bounty list. There were also many people who committed serious crimes who came here to hide. No one understood what Heavenly Sword Hall was thinking, but it was true that for so long, there was basically no situation where a martial artist on the bounty list was attacked by a martial artist from Heavenly Sword Hall in Tianju City. It was possible for a bounty hunter. After all, this was a lawless place in the true sense. But everyone also understood. In Tianju City, there were some people who could not be offended, and these people were people from the Tianju Wang residence. Tianju Wang, a person who had helped the founder of Sword Dynasty to conquer the world in the past and made great contributions. Although he died later on, he was posthumously given the title of Tianju Wang. His descendants were also given the title of nobles, and were as honorable as the royal family. If someone beat up someone from Tianju Wang residence in Tianju City, then Heavenly Sword Hall would send a top expert to suppress them. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Chang Qingqing had already told Ling Xiao about this matter 3 or 4 times. Ling Xiao felt that his ears were about to grow calluses. He also remembered clearly that he was not willing to provoke that kind of trouble. If he really provoked the highest battle strength of Heavenly Sword Hall, then wouldn't he be unable to escape? Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing began to look for a target. The person they were bidding for this time was a woman called Phantom. However, he wasn't sure which auction house it would be held at, so he had to find someone first. Fortunately, there were only a total of 10 auction houses in the Heaven Absolute City. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult to find one. They stopped in front of an auction house called Rare Goods House. After asking around, he found out that Phantom was in this auction house. However, there was still 2 hours before the auction began. Chang Qingqing was worried that she would miss the time, so she found a restaurant opposite the Rare Goods building and stayed there. Even after she found him, her expression was still one of worry. Ling Xiao knew what she was worried about. Before Phantom was rescued, she would not be completely at ease. In order to ease the tension, Chang Qingqing ordered a table of dishes downstairs and ate with Ling Xiao. She rarely spoke. As she ate, she looked at the Rare Goods building across the street. No one knew what she was thinking. Ling Xiao felt bored and simply buried his head in the food. Suddenly, a burning sensation came from outside the restaurant. Not only Ling Xiao, but almost everyone's attention was attracted. What a strong fighting spirit! What a frightening fire! What everyone saw was a young man in a fiery red battle robe. Not only was he dressed in red, but even his hair was dyed crimson. His entire body was emitting a strong fighting spirit. It was as if he was ready to fight at any time. Pretentious. Ling Xiao glanced at him and lost interest. A true expert wouldn't be so ostentatious. It was just a meal in a restaurant, but he was so ostentatious. It was as if he was afraid that others didn't know how powerful he was. That should be Little Fire God, Chang Qingqing said indifferently. It can't be wrong. Ling Xiao nodded and came to the same conclusion. The young man entered the restaurant and scanned the crowd in the hall. He was very proud of those surprised or admiring gazes. Then, he invited a very beautiful girl into the restaurant. Little Fire God, you're really impressive. Look at them. All of them are scared stiff. The girl laughed excitedly. It turned out that the reason why Little Fire God released such a strong fighting spirit was just to please this girl. That was really something. Good baby, now you believe me. In this Sky City, as long as I, Little Fire God, am here, no one dares to bully you. Little Fire God said, and then walked to a table. There were already people sitting at the table. Get lost. His voice was like thunder. The people at the table also seemed to be people of status. Naturally, they wouldn't leave. They wanted to seek justice from Little Fire God. Little Fire God, although you're famous, we're not to be trifled with. Moreover, we found this table first. Why should we give it to you? Among the 4 people at the table, 3 of them were martial artists at the peak of the 16th level of hell. One of them was at the early stage of the 17th level of hell. If they joined forces, their strength would be really impressive. Therefore, while others were afraid of Little Fire God, the four of them were not. But they were really wrong. Little Fire God was very domineering. His strength was also very powerful. Suddenly, 4 balls of demonic fire emerged from his body. They instantly enveloped the 4 people. The 4 of them had clearly sensed it and had clearly made a move to dodge, but it was all meaningless. The demonic fire still wrapped around them and burned them to ashes. Waiter, clean up. Don't spoil my mood. Little Fire God killed 4 people, and 4 people he didn't know, but he didn't even blink. Yes, yes, yes. The waiter hurriedly cleaned the table, chairs, and the floor. Then, he served Little Fire God wine and dishes. It seemed that he didn't intend to take money. The girl who was accompanying Little Fire God was so happy that she could barely contain her happiness. Her little face was flushed, and she looked at Little Fire God with eyes full of admiration and admiration. Sure enough, most girls at this age liked strong and domineering people. Ling Xiao, what do you think of him? Chang Qingqing asked casually as she ate. They were quite far from Little Fire God's seat, and their voices were not loud, so he probably couldn't hear them. He's not weak, Ling Xiao answered casually. How does he compare to you? Chang Qingqing asked again. His cultivation level is higher than mine, Ling Xiao still answered casually, but if it's a real battle, I'm not afraid of him. In fact, he was already being very polite when he said that. But that was only what he felt. What he didn't know was that Little Fire God had many die-hard fans in Sky Absolute City. Just as he said that, a girl stood up from a seat beside him. The girl's cultivation level wasn't much, but her temper wasn't small. She pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and cursed. Where did this egomaniac come from? How dare you compare yourself to my Adonis? My Adonis is a genius warrior second only to Empress Lan and Mei Chen. He is ranked second among the Fire Cloud Palace disciples. Chapter 3067. The young girl had obviously regarded Little Fire God as her dream man. Naturally, she could not stand Ling Xiao's disrespect towards Little Fire God. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a die-hard fan. He looked at the young girl with disdain and said, To be honest, I have never heard of Little Fire God, but I do have some impression of Empress Lan Mei. This was not false. Before Ling Xiao came to Tianjue City, he had never heard of Little Fire God. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying force suddenly came from Little Fire God and blasted the table where Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing were eating. The table shattered and the food scattered all over the floor. However, if one were to pay closer attention, they would realize that although the food splashed everywhere, it did not stain Ling Xiao or Chang Qingqing's clothes. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed as he turned to look at Little Fire God. Little Fire God was fawning over the woman opposite him and naturally could not embarrass himself. Someone actually dared to say that they had never heard of his name. Of course, he had to teach that person a lesson. Kid, watch your words next time. Otherwise, the next one to shatter will not be the table, but you. Little Fire God did not even look at Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. His tone could not hide the arrogance and haughtiness. So strong. Little Fire God is indeed Little Fire God. The moment he unleashed his power, I did not even feel his inner strength circulating. This speed is too fast. During the meal, some people could not help but praise. Hearing such praise, Little Fire God's expression became even more smug. The young girl sitting next to him was even more mesmerized by his domineering behavior. In the restaurant, there were many female warriors who became infatuated in an instant. They looked at Little Fire God as if they were suddenly in love. So domineering, so arrogant. As a woman, she should marry a man like that. What are you looking at? Don't you know that my Prince Charming is being merciful? Look again and I will gouge your eyes out. Suddenly, the young girl at the next table saw Ling Xiao's cold gaze and could not help but clamor. She felt that Ling Xiao's actions were extremely disrespectful to her idol, Little Fire God. Ling Xiao, a little impatience spoils great plans. Don't forget what we're here for. Chang Qingqing knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do. Once Ling Xiao made his move, the so-called Little Fire God might not be a match for him. However, before Phantom was rescued, Chang Qingqing did not want to cause any more trouble. All right, I'll give you face, but only before we save Phantom. You may be able to take this kind of attitude, but I can't. Ling Xiao didn't even admit defeat in front of Devil Master Lan Mei, so how could he be afraid of a little fire god? However, he was a man of his word. Since he had agreed to help save Phantom, he would not act rashly. Buddy, change the table and the dishes. We'll still charge you. Chang Qingqing said to the waiter. Hee, two cowards, bah. Little fire god spat on the ground and then stopped caring about Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. In his opinion, they were just two insignificant good-for-nothings. There was no need to pay attention to them at all. However, he didn't know that his actions today had angered Ling Xiao, and he was afraid that he would be in trouble soon. Seeing that little fire god was no longer paying attention to Ling Xiao, the girl at the next table said smugly, My idol is so magnanimous that he can tolerate a good-for-nothing like you. If it were me, I would have done it long ago. Humph, after saying that, she also sat down. Although she was angry, since little fire god didn't say anything, she didn't want to go against her idol's wishes. What an idiot. It's a waste of time for others to even look at you, but you care so much about others. Ling Xiao looked down on this girl. A pitiful person must have something detestable. Little fire god drank for a while, and then left with his female companion. Their destination was rare goods. It was also the place Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing wanted to go. Could it be that the Fire Supreme catalog is in rare goods? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He looked at Chang Qingqing and said, Let's go, Miss Chang. The auction is about to start. Okay. Chang Qingqing was almost done eating. She nodded and got up to go out with Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the girl who was very disrespectful to Ling Xiao suddenly blocked their way. There were 3 other people with the girl. It seemed that their strength was not ordinary. However, compared to the 3 people who asked for spirit stones at the city gate, they were much weaker. Among the 4 people, the girl was the strongest. She was only at the peak of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang state. The other 3 people were only at the late stage of the 16th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang state. No one knew who gave them the courage to find trouble with Ling Xiao. What are you doing? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Don't you know what I'm doing? How dare you provoke my idol? Although my idol won't argue with you, it doesn't mean that I won't argue with you. The girl pulled out her weapon and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Get lost. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted coldly. Then, a terrifying sword essence was suddenly released. It turned into a sword and penetrated the girl's body. It suppressed the girl's soul. Although the sword essence could not kill people directly, it could make people feel extreme fear and lose the will to fight. It was a domineering, destructive, and murderous sword essence. The girl fell to the ground. The people who came with her also knelt on the ground. They were extremely terrified. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I didn't kill you because I think you're ignorant. If there's a next time, you'll die. Ling Xiao said ruthlessly and left the restaurant with Chang Qingqing. As soon as they left, the people in the restaurant started discussing. The sword essence that exploded from that person just now was really terrifying. I'm afraid he's after the Fire Supreme catalog. Yeah, the girl next to him seems even more terrifying. And the more I look at her, the more I feel like she's Chang Qingqing, who's ranked 7th on the bounty list. It can't be. If it's really Chang Qingqing, she wouldn't put little fire god in her eyes at all. She probably just looks like him. But they're really strong. Although they're not as strong as little fire god, they should be strong contenders for the Fire Supreme catalog this time. Yeah, there's a show to watch. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't hear these people's discussions. He and Chang Qingqing left the restaurant and went straight to the rare goods house. They didn't know what good things were being auctioned in the rare goods house today, but there was a long line outside the door. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing came early, so they were ranked in the 10th position. It would be their turn soon. Behind them, people came one after another, forming a line that was more than 10,000 meters long. It was quite an exaggerated scene. Just as they were waiting, Ling Xiao noticed that someone was cutting the line. They walked directly from the back to the front, not waiting in line at all. When this group of people arrived beside Ling Xiao, it happened to be Ling Xiao's turn. Chapter 3068. Line up. Ling Xiao didn't care who the person who cut the queue was, nor did he care why so many people didn't pay attention to him. Anyway, he couldn't cut the queue in front of him. That kid is crazy. He even dares to block young Master Spectre. Doesn't he know how bad-tempered young Master Spectre is? There were exclamations from the crowd. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and young Master Spectre. Young Master Spectre's cultivation was higher than little fire gods. He had already reached the late stage of the 17th level of Hell in Yin-Yang state. However, in terms of strength, he might not be able to defeat little fire god. After all, one's combat strength didn't depend on one's cultivation. Otherwise, how could Ling Xiao challenge someone of a higher level? Not to mention that everyone was surprised by Ling Xiao's boldness. Even young Master Spectre didn't expect that. Someone actually dared to block his way. Suddenly, a cold, evil aura was released from his body. Behind him, a strange white object appeared. Although it had eyes, it didn't have a human shape. It was obviously the Spectre Martial Soul. With the evil aura, a huge spectre flew out from young Master Spectre's hand and pounced on Ling Xiao. Young Master Spectre didn't lose to Little Fire God in terms of overbearingness. He didn't say anything and directly attacked. However, in the face of young Master Spectre's attack, Ling Xiao just smiled coldly. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on his body. In an instant, the spectre was directly eliminated. Am I seeing things? That kid actually eliminated young Master Spectre. I've never seen such a situation before. That's right. What happened? Most people only saw a golden light flashing on Ling Xiao's body, and it disappeared in an instant. The moment the golden light appeared, the spirit was erased. Therefore, they really didn't know what Ling Xiao had done. It seems that we have underestimated this young man. I'm afraid his strength is also extraordinary. Otherwise, how dare he stop young Master Spectre from cutting the queue? This was basically the opinion of everyone present. Many people knew how powerful young Noble Yuling was. That was why they ignored his action of cutting the queue. However, Ling Xiao dared to not take young Noble Spectre seriously. If it wasn't because he was strong, it wouldn't make sense. Who are you? Young Noble Spectre was also very curious that someone could resist his dark spirit energy so easily. His voice was cold and murderous. It was obvious that he was a little angry. And who are you? Ling Xiao asked. Hee, you don't even know young Master Spectre of the Spectre Mountain Villa? You've eaten so much for nothing. Someone next to him sneered. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and continued to look at young Master Yuling. That's right. I am young Master Spectre of the Spectre Mountain Villa. Young Noble Yuling finally spoke. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also reported his name. Upon hearing this name, young Master Yuling's pupils contracted abruptly and his heartbeat accelerated. Is it that Ling Xiao on the bounty list? He asked anxiously. That's right, Ling Xiao said lightly. Young Noble Yuling's expression changed slightly. He was too familiar with this name. 2 days ago, he went to the demonic dragon sword court with the elders of the Spectre Mountain Villa. He couldn't believe his eyes. So many experts of the demonic dragon sword court were killed by Ling Xiao. The name Ling Xiao was also deeply imprinted in his heart. His elders had told him not to provoke this person. Hey, it's Ling Xiao on the bounty list. Sigh, it's the one who recently ranked 3rd. It's said that he made a scene in the demonic dragon sword court and left alive. The crowd was also in an uproar. The name Ling Xiao was now very popular in the Sword Dynasty. Is it true? Looking at his strength, it's impossible for him to do those things. Could it be another imposter? Yesterday, a guy who pretended to be Ling Xiao was killed. The cultivation that Ling Xiao displayed made it difficult for people to believe that he was the real Ling Xiao. However, young Noble Yuling didn't want to take the risk. Judging from the other party's arrogant attitude, it was most likely true. He gritted his teeth and didn't cut the line again. Instead, he stood behind Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing. Young Noble Yuling was cautious, but it didn't mean that the people following him were cautious. The people of the Spectre Mountain Villa were used to running amok in Tianju City. Seeing that young Noble Yuling was actually intimidated by the name Ling Xiao, he was a little unhappy. Watch me beat you out of your original form. Suddenly, a person stood out and directly punched Ling Xiao's head. This attack was clearly meant to kill Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as young noble Yu Ling's, he was still at the early stage of the 17th level of hell. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Boom! The fist smashed hard on Ling Xiao's head. Unexpectedly, the sound of something smashing against steel could be heard. The person who punched felt that his entire hand was numb and painful. Ling Xiao didn't dodge, because there was no need to. After executing the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body, this person couldn't hurt him at all. After all, the Imperial Celestial Dragon Body was an advanced, general-level martial art. Most martial artists at the 18th level of hell might not be able to cultivate to this level of martial art. Cultivation C energy, 30%. Ling Xiao calculated silently. When facing the 3 bandits outside the city gate, Ling Xiao's cultivation had not only recovered to the peak of the 16th level. Moreover, the energy in his cultivation C had also directly increased to more than 20%. After being punched by this person, it directly increased to 30%. However, judging from the extent of this increase, this person's strength was really not that great. He didn't waste any more time. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel sneer, and his right hand shook lightly. A beam of sword light shot out inadvertently. Ah! A shrill scream came from that person's mouth. The person who attacked Ling Xiao had his entire right arm completely cut off, and blood flowed nonstop. The people of the Mansion of Spirits were originally gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune. Even young Master Yu Ling wanted to use this person's attack to test whether this person who claimed to be Ling Xiao was the real Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't see how Ling Xiao did it at all. However, Ling Xiao's terrifying defense was something they had witnessed for themselves. "Senior brother, avenge me." The martial artist who had his right arm cut off howled miserably. Young Master Yu Ling's face instantly darkened. "Brother, don't you think you've gone too far by doing this?" "Too far? I've gone too far." Originally, Ling Xiao only wanted to take one arm of the person who sneaked up on him, and he was already being merciful. This was because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, when he heard these words, his face suddenly turned cold. He turned around and pointed with his right hand. Blood immediately gushed out from the throat of the person who sneaked up on him. It seemed that he was about to die. You, how dare you kill me?" These were the last words he said before his death. After saying that, he fell to the ground and completely lost his breath. Even when he died, he didn't understand how he died. Chapter 3069. Looking at Ling Xiao, everyone had the same thought in their minds. This is definitely not an imposter. This is the real person. Only the real Ling Xiao would dare to not give young Master Yu Ling face and directly kill the people of the Mansion of Spirits. I'm already giving you face by sparing his life. Am I going overboard? Am I going overboard now? What can you do? Ling Xiao looked at young Master Yu Ling with a hint of disdain between his brows. He tried to kill me, but I didn't kill him because I was giving him face. But he didn't want it, so I can only send him to the afterlife. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but secretly nod. It was already wrong for the people of the Mansion of Spirits to cut the line, but they actually sneak attacked the other party. If it were an ordinary person, their head would have been blown off by that punch. Ling Xiao was still alive purely because he was capable enough. Even if he killed the other party, it wouldn't be too much. Only cutting off one of the other party's arms would be merciful and giving face. But the other party didn't want to give face, so he killed him. How normal was this logic? But would young Master Yu Ling accept such logic? Would he accept such a situation? Everyone looked at young Master Yu Ling, wanting to see what he was going to do. No matter what, even if Ling Xiao was right, he was not giving face to the Mansion of Spirits openly. It was a slap to young Master Yu Ling's face. Ling Xiao, even if you don't give me face, you should at least give face to the Mansion of Spirits. You actually killed my people in front of me. Isn't this a little too arrogant? Young Master Yu Ling's evil aura became stronger and stronger, and his whole body was in a state that was about to fight. Everyone watched this scene nervously. Ling Xiao versus young Master Yu Ling. This was a battle that was very worth watching. I'm already giving face to the Mansion of Spirits by not killing him. It's you who don't want face. Ling Xiao said coldly. Since you know my identity, you should understand my temper. You still dare to provoke me. That's courting death. How is the Mansion of Spirits compared to the Demon Dragon Sword Court? Don't you know in your hearts? Young Sir Yuling's expression was somewhat ugly, although Ling Xiao's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao was right. The other party did not even give face to the Demon Dragon Sword Court and the Demon Master Lan Mimi. A mere Mansion of Spirits was not on the same level as the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Why should they give him face? This guy is too arrogant. Young Master, kill him. That's right, young Master. If we work together to kill this fellow, we'll be able to obtain a large amount of rewards. Maybe even the Demon Dragon Sword Court will send a letter of thanks to our Mansion of Spirits. At that time, I'll really have face. Most of the people in the Manor of Spectres did not have young noble Spectre's eyesight. Young Master Yuling could sense how powerful Ling Xiao was, but they couldn't. That was why they were furious. They wanted revenge. If you want to kill me, just do it. What are you talking about? Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Mansion of Spirits mockingly, extremely arrogant. As for the people from the Mansion of Spirits, each and every one of their faces turned ugly. They were shouting happily, but in the end, they still had to rely on young Noble Spectre. If young Noble Spectre did not make a move, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to deal with Ling Xiao. The corpses of their fellow disciples were still lying on the ground. That was a bloody reality. This Ling Xiao's strength is unfathomable. He can even kill the Demon King of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Although he might have used some secret technique, I definitely don't want to fight him head-on. I can only find another opportunity to plot against him. Young Noble Spectre was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, at this moment, he definitely did not want to have a head-on conflict with Ling Xiao. Moreover, he came to Tianjue City this time for the Fire Supreme catalog, not to fight with others. If he really caused a huge commotion and caused Ling Xiao to go on a killing spree, others might benefit from it. Thinking of this, he finally made a decision. What was a little loss of face? After obtaining the Fire Supreme catalog, he would slowly think of a way to kill Ling Xiao. He could not have a head-on conflict, but he had plenty of ways to plot against him. Although a fellow disciple had died, that fellow really deserved to die. Moreover, compared to the Fire Supreme catalog, a cheap life was not worth mentioning at all. All of you, shut up. Young Noble Spectre shouted sternly. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. Young Noble Spectre was actually berating his subordinates and not preparing to fight with Ling Xiao? Was he afraid? Those people from the Spectre Mountain Villa could not understand. Young Noble Spectre was not like this usually. Today, his junior brother was clearly killed, but he still refused to make a move. Could it be that he was really afraid? Seeing that young Noble Spectre had stopped the people from the Spectre Mountain Villa, Ling Xiao did not intend to continue pursuing the matter. After all, business was more important. He received a VIP ticket and then stepped into the rare goods house with Chang Qingqing. A storm was temporarily over just like that, but almost everyone understood that this was just the beginning. The people from the Spectre Mountain Villa would probably not give up so easily. However, to be ranked third on the bounty list without being killed to date, this Ling Xiao was definitely not someone simple. Today's Heaven Absolute City was truly bustling. Ling Xiao obviously had no interest in considering what these people were thinking. At that moment, he had already entered the VIP seats with Chang Qingqing. Then, he reclined on the soft armchair. Chang Qingqing did not object to what Ling Xiao had done previously. At times, it was not good to be too cowardly because there would only be more trouble. It was better to display one's strength at appropriate times. Through the gigantic bay window, Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing could see the entire auction hall. There were a large number of seats below, as well as the auction stage in the middle. Ling Xiao and Chang Qingqing's room was occupied by Fire Cloud Palace's Little Fire God. Next to Little Fire God was the same young girl he had seen in the restaurant. However, the young girl seemed to have been nourished by the rain and dew, making her look more like a woman. Other than the Fire Supreme catalog, you have to pay attention to one more auction item for me. and that is a woman called Phantom. She's ranked 10th on the bounty list. Furthermore, she's so beautiful that it puts the moon to shame and flowers to shame. I have to get my hands on her this time. Little Fire God directly said that he was interested in another woman in front of the young girl. However, the young girl did not show any lack of understanding. To her, Little Fire God was a true god. He was not to be enjoyed by her alone. Second senior brother, if you like her, just give her to Mystical Goods Tower. I believe Phantom will be grateful to you and throw herself into your arms. There were a few people standing behind him. They were all Fire Cloud Palace disciples. Their bootlicking skills were not bad. Don't underestimate this Mystical Goods Tower. To be able to stand tall in Heaven Absolute City without collapsing, it naturally has something special about it. It's best we buy it with money. We don't lack money. Little Fire God said with a wave of his hand. Although Little Fire God was domineering in his actions, he was not without fear. Chapter 3070. I'll take the Fire Supreme Catalog. Phantom, I'll take it too. Since Little Fire God had come to Tianju City this time, he did not plan to return empty-handed. In fact, he greedily wanted to get both items. Of course, even the people from Mansion of Spirits can forget about snatching it from us. A group of bootlickers behind him said. Little Fire God was in a good mood. While they were talking, the auction had already begun. There were a total of 12 items, all carefully selected by Rare Goods House. However, Chang Qingqing and Ling Xiao were not interested. Chang Qingqing's target was Phantom. If possible, she would naturally want to get the Fire Supreme Catalog. Ling Xiao only had one target, and that was the Fire Supreme Catalog. As for other items, if they were suitable, he would naturally want them. Unfortunately, all the way until the 10th item, which was the Phantom, appeared, there was nothing that he wanted. Phantom was the target of this mission. He was not in a hurry. Chang Qingqing would naturally bid. The wanted criminal ranked 10th on the bounty list, Phantom. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a very powerful strength. If you buy her back and take our special obedient medicine, I guarantee that she will be obedient to you. The host said loudly. Ling Xiao did not like slave auctions. He even felt a little disgusted. They were all humans, but they had to be sold here. That feeling was really uncomfortable. This probably had something to do with another memory in his mind. The starting price of Phantom was 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. This price was just right for Phantom's bounty. If someone wanted to bid her back and get the bounty, they could forget about it. Perhaps it was because the host was very attractive to Phantom's publicity. With such a starting price, it quickly rose to 3,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. To be honest, although Phantom was not bad, spending 3,500,000 middle-grade spirit stones to buy a woman was still very debatable. 4 million. Suddenly, a voice came from the VIP box. The voice was filled with a blazing aura that rippled through the entire auction house. Everyone felt the threat and oppression of that blazing aura. Little Fire God wanted to tell others that it was best not to compete with him. Otherwise, they would suffer. People looked at the VIP box and felt as if there was a fire burning in the box. It was incomparably hot. It's Fire Cloud Palace's Little Fire God. Although they couldn't see the situation in the private room, many people guessed correctly. He had long heard that Little Fire God was reckless and overbearing. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was indeed extraordinary. He even dared to threaten everyone in the auction house. However, there was a foundation for his tyranny. He wasn't the only one with outstanding talent and strength. Furthermore, backing him was the powerful Fire Cloud Palace. At the very least, in this generation of Heaven Absolute City, Fire Cloud Palace was extremely powerful. Only Man or Spectre could barely match it. Many experts gave Little Fire God face because of the Fire Cloud Palace backing him. That was why Little Fire God was so arrogant. When this voice was heard, the auction house instantly quieted down. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and announce it. Is there anyone who dares to snatch it from me? Little Fire God said proudly as he looked at the host. Hee 4.01 million. Just as Little Fire God finished speaking, someone made a bid. It was only an increment of 10,000, which happened to be the lowest bid. It was obvious that someone wanted to go against Little Fire God. Who is it? Little Fire God was incensed. Someone actually dared to vie with him for a woman. He was courting death. Get out here. Little Fire God didn't make a bid. Instead, he roared in the direction of the voice. That voice also came from the VIP room, right next to his treasure chest. As he spoke, he shattered the wall with a punch. It exposed the person in the other treasure chest. Heh, Little Fire God. You sure are impressive. I, young Master Spectre, really wish to compete with you today. Young Master Spectre. Everyone present was astonished. That's right. In the Sky Absolute City, there weren't many people who dared to go against Little Fire God. This young Master Yuling was one of them. Manor Spectre's faction was in no way inferior to Little Fire God. Similarly, young Master Spectre's strength was in no way inferior to Little Fire God. Therefore, he dared to do so. You are courting death. Even against young Master Spectre, Little Fire God remained arrogant. Whether I'm courting death or not, you'll know once you give it a try. Young Master Spectre sneered. At this time, Phantom, who was being auctioned off as a slave, was in despair. A miserable expression appeared on her face. Whether she fell into the hands of young Master Spectre or Little Fire God, she wouldn't have a good life. She would definitely be tortured to death. A ball of fire appeared behind Little Fire God. A terrifying blazing aura rushed toward young Master Spectre. Behind young Noble Spectre, a huge spectre appeared. A cold, evil aura rushed toward Little Fire God. The two auras collided in the void and exploded. It actually blew up several VIP rooms. Most people could only admit that they were unlucky when facing these two people. They hurriedly left, afraid that they would be involved in the battle between these two people. But two people didn't leave. A man and a woman. They were still sitting there motionless, and even seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. Everything around them seemed to have nothing to do with the two of them. Are those two people stupid? The battle between Little Fire God and young Master Spectre will definitely affect them. Who knows? But they are probably quite strong. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to be so calm. No matter how strong they are, they probably can't compare with Fire Cloud Palace and Spectre Manor. As the crowd discussed, Little Fire God and young Master Spectre had already exchanged blows several times. Every time they exchanged blows, the two would increase the price. This caused Phantom's auction price to quickly rise to 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was already equivalent to the bounty of Phoenix by Fong. Heh, I've long heard that Little Fire God is lustful. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed the case. I can't take out 5 million mid-grade spirit stones to buy a woman. Forget it. I'll give her to you. Young Master Spectre suddenly laughed and stopped. At least you know what's good for you. Little Fire God wasn't happy. No one would be happy to have an extra million mid-grade spirit stones to buy Phantom. However, it felt good to be able to suppress young Master Spectre in terms of aura. He looked at the MC again and said, "Announce the results." The MC nodded and was about to strike the gavel in his hand. All of a sudden, another discordant voice rang out. 5,010,000. The person who spoke was none other than Ling Xiao. They had previously discussed that Ling Xiao would bid because Chang Qingqing wasn't used to such occasions. Of course, the money would be paid by the Nine Defiance organization. The moment Ling Xiao said that, young Master Spectre noticed him. He couldn't help but frown, but immediately chuckled secretly. It was a good opportunity for Little Fire God to test Ling Xiao's capabilities. Little Fire God would be annoyed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.